Welcome to our university. Welcome to our family. I wish you all a good time in Unsa. Thank you.
The University of Surakarta, or Unsa, has 12 bachelor's programs and 2 master's programs. The bachelor's programs include Public Administration, Communications, Management, Accounting, English Literature, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Informatics Engineering, Computer Systems, Civil Engineering, and Architectural Engineering. The master's programs include Master of Law and Master of Public Administration. Unsa is an educational institution that has been accredited by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, which aims to prepare professionals, civil servants, and entrepreneurs as qualified, creative, innovative, and virtuous Indonesian human resources. With a 5-story campus and equipped with an elevator, Unsa has teaching staff of academics and practitioners with qualifications of professors, doctors, and masters. Classrooms with air conditioning and LCD projectors, equipped with libraries, laboratories, as well as collaboration with dozens of leading universities, institutions, and industries from domestic and overseas. Every year, on average, 85% of graduates have got a job before graduation, and the other 15% become entrepreneurs and continue their studies to higher education levels. Let's join as a student of the University of Surakarta and achieve a better future. Welcome to Surakarta, the World Heritage City located at Central Java Province, Republic of Indonesia. As the main tourism center in Indonesia, Surakarta has exotic 3 centuries old Kasunanan Palace and Mangkunegaran Palace, which are still standing strong, guarding Javanese culture as the spirit of Java with its noble values. Since 2021, Surakarta has been awarded as the most comfortable city in Indonesia from the Association of Indonesian Planning Experts. The cost of living in Surakarta is among the cheapest in Indonesia. National and international tourism, cultural, and culinary events are conducted every week throughout the year. City residents who are multi-ethnic, multicultural, tolerant, polite, and friendly are a guarantee for you to study at our campus, the University of Surakarta. The University of Surakarta, or Universitas Surakarta, is very strategically located. 30 minutes from Adi Sumarmo Solo International Airport, 20 minutes from Solo Balapan train station, 20 minutes from Tirtonadi bus station, and 20 minutes to the city center with free of charge transportation using Batik Solo Transbus. It makes a guarantee for you to be able to study and have daily activities safely, comfortably, and with fun.
Hello, my name is Arya Surendra. I am currently the president of Surakarta University. And a warm welcome to Surakarta University. For nearly 25 years, Surakarta University has been earning the respect and the loyalty of tens of thousands students and alumni. From an initial enrollment of fewer than 200 students in 1998, we have grown to a student body of over 9,000 students, and with dozens of challenging academic programs across the wide variety of disciplines. Welcome to our university. Welcome to our family. I wish you all a good time in Unsa. Thank you.
The University of Surakarta, or Unsa, has 12 bachelor's programs and 2 master's programs. The bachelor's programs include Public Administration, Communications, Management, Accounting, English Literature, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Informatics Engineering, Computer Systems, Civil Engineering, and Architectural Engineering. The master's programs include Master of Law and Master of Public Administration. Unsa is an educational institution that has been accredited by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, which aims to prepare professionals, civil servants, and entrepreneurs as qualified, creative, innovative, and virtuous Indonesian human resources. With a 5-story campus and equipped with an elevator, Unsa has teaching staff of academics and practitioners with qualifications of professors, doctors, and masters. Classrooms with air conditioning and LCD projectors, equipped with libraries, laboratories, as well as collaboration with dozens of leading universities, institutions, and industries from domestic and overseas. Every year, on average, 85% of graduates have got a job before graduation, and the other 15% become entrepreneurs and continue their studies to higher education levels. Let's join as a student of the University of Surakarta and achieve a better future. Welcome to Surakarta, the World Heritage City located at Central Java Province, Republic of Indonesia. As the main tourism center in Indonesia, Surakarta has exotic 3 centuries-old Kasunanan Palace and Mangkunegaran Palace, which are still standing strong, guarding Javanese culture as the spirit of Java with its noble values. Since 2021, Surakarta has been awarded as the most comfortable city in Indonesia from the Association of Indonesian Planning Experts. The cost of living in Surakarta is among the cheapest in Indonesia. National and international tourism, cultural, and culinary events are conducted every week throughout the year. City residents who are multi-ethnic, multicultural, tolerant, polite, and friendly are a guarantee for you to study at our campus, the University of Surakarta. The University of Surakarta, or Universitas Surakarta, is very strategically located. 30 minutes from Adi Sumarmo Solo International Airport, 20 minutes from Solo Balapan train station, 20 minutes from Tirtonadi bus station, and 20 minutes to the city center with free of charge transportation using Batik Solo Trans bus. It makes a guarantee for you to be able to study and have daily activities safely, comfortably, and with fun.
Hello, my name is Arya Surendra. I am currently the president of Surakarta University. And a warm welcome to Surakarta University. For nearly 25 years, Surakarta University has been earning the respect and the loyalty of tens of thousands students and alumni. From an initial enrollment of fewer than 200 students in 1998, we have grown to a student body of over 9,000 students, and with dozens of challenging academic programs across the wide variety of disciplines. Welcome to our university. Welcome to our family. I wish you all a good time in Unsa. Thank you.
The University of Surakarta, or Unsa, has 12 bachelor's programs and 2 master's programs. The bachelor's programs include Public Administration, Communications, Management, Accounting, English Literature, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Informatics Engineering, Computer Systems, Civil Engineering, and Architectural Engineering. The master's programs include Master of Law and Master of Public Administration. Unsa is an educational institution that has been accredited by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, which aims to prepare professionals, civil servants, and entrepreneurs as qualified, creative, innovative, and virtuous Indonesian human resources. With a 5-story campus and equipped with an elevator, Unsa has teaching staff of academics and practitioners with qualifications of professors, doctors, and masters. Classrooms with air conditioning and LCD projectors, equipped with libraries, laboratories, as well as collaboration with dozens of leading universities, institutions, and industries from domestic and overseas. Every year, on average, 85% of graduates have got a job before graduation, and the other 15% become entrepreneurs and continue their studies to higher education levels. Let's join as a student of the University of Surakarta and achieve a better future. Welcome to Surakarta, the World Heritage City located at Central Java Province, Republic of Indonesia. As the main tourism center in Indonesia, Surakarta has exotic 3 centuries old Kasunanan Palace and Mangkunegaran Palace, which are still standing strong, guarding Javanese culture as the spirit of Java with its noble values. Since 2021, Surakarta has been awarded as the most comfortable city in Indonesia from the Association of Indonesian Planning Experts. The cost of living in Surakarta is among the cheapest in Indonesia. National and international tourism, cultural, and culinary events are conducted every week throughout the year. City residents who are multi-ethnic, multicultural, tolerant, polite, and friendly are a guarantee for you to study at our campus, the University of Surakarta. The University of Surakarta, or Universitas Surakarta, is very strategically located. 30 minutes from Adi Sumarmo Solo International Airport, 20 minutes from Solo Balapan train station, 20 minutes from Tirtonadi bus station, and 20 minutes to the city center with free of charge transportation using Batik Solo Transbus. It makes a guarantee for you to be able to study and have daily activities safely, comfortably, and with fun.
Hello, my name is Arya Surendra. I am currently the president of Surakarta University. And a warm welcome to Surakarta University. For nearly 25 years, Surakarta University has been earning the respect and the loyalty of tens of thousands of students and alumni. From an initial enrollment of fewer than 200 students in 1998, we have grown to a student body of over 9,000 students, and with dozens of challenging academic programs across the wide variety of disciplines. Welcome to our university, welcome to our family. I wish you all a good time in Unsa. Thank you.
The University of Surakarta, or Unsa, has 12 bachelor's programs and 2 master's programs. The bachelor's programs include Public Administration, Communications, Management, Accounting, English Literature, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Informatics Engineering, Computer Systems, Civil Engineering, and Architectural Engineering. The master's programs include Master of Law and Master of Public Administration. Unsa is an educational institution that has been accredited by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, which aims to prepare professionals, civil servants, and entrepreneurs as qualified, creative, innovative, and virtuous Indonesian human resources. With a 5-story campus and equipped with an elevator, Unsa has teaching staff of academics and practitioners with qualifications of professors, doctors, and masters. Classrooms with air conditioning and LCD projectors, equipped with libraries, laboratories, as well as collaboration with dozens of leading universities, institutions, and industries from domestic and overseas. Every year, on average, 85% of graduates have got a job before graduation, and the other 15% become entrepreneurs and continue their studies to higher education levels. Let's join as a student of the University of Surakarta and achieve a better future.
Good morning, distinguished guests and all the participants. Welcome to International Webinar, Transforming Higher Educations with Entrepreneurial Mindset and Learning Methods, held by University of Surakarta, Indonesia. Today, on Wednesday, the 16th of the February 2022, live from Adiwangsa Convention Hall, Solo, Central Java, Indonesia. It is a great opportunity for me, Anastasia Mega, to be your master of ceremony today. Before that, allow me to greet our honorable guests that with us here, the chair of Surakarta Higher Education Foundation, Ibu Astrid. Good morning, Ibu. How are you today?
Good morning, Miss Mega. I'm okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice, thank you, Ibu. And the rector of the University of Surakarta, Bapak Arya Surendra. Good morning, Pak Arya. Okay. Thank you, Pak Arya, for joining us here. And all the deans of University of Surakarta, all the lecturers, and all the honorable guests who are here with us, and all the participants who already joining us in our Zooms and also YouTube channels. And especially, let me greet our honorable speakers who are already connected with us from their countries. As we know that our speakers today are from several countries. I would like to greet our keynote speaker first, Professor Teguh Faisal Fatani, PhD. Good morning. Pak Faisal? Okay. And the next one we have Professor Nerburn from Philippines. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you very much for joining us. And the next one we have Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri from Semarang State University. Good morning, Ibu. Selamat pagi. Okay, and we have Dr. Jonathan from Thailand. Good morning.
Good morning, Sawadee krap.
Good morning. And the last one we have Dr. Avinas Pawar from India. Good morning. Okay, and I hope Professor Dr. Dominic from Switzerland is also with us today. I'm sure that it's very early morning there in Switzerland. Thank you very much for your time. And I would like to greet the General Affairs of the Higher Education Service Institutions of Region 6, Bapak Adriel Revadin. Good morning, Bapak. And before we start our agenda today, our today's seminar will be divided into two panel discussion. The first sessions will be delivered by Professor Teuku Faisal Fatani, PhD, as a keynote speaker. And then our first speaker will be Professor Dr. Dominic Borku from Lausanne, Switzerland, Director of DBA Program Business School, Lausanne, Switzerland. And our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Nelburn K. Muhammad, PhD, from Mindanao State University, Palawan, Philippines. And after that, we will have our first panel discussions with Ibu Astrid Widayani and Bapak Agus Trihatmoko. And we will continue our second sessions with Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri, the Taflin Coordinator for Central Java Regions, Semarang State University. And our last speaker will be Dr. Avisas Pawar from Savitribai Phule Pune University, India. And after that, we will have our second panel discussions. Okay, and saatnya saya persilahkan Bapak Ibu yang hadir di Convention Hall ini untuk berdiri dengan penuh kebanggaan pada bangsa dan negara. Kita akan menyanyikan bersama-sama lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku,
Hadirin dimohon duduk kembali. Now we are going to listen welcoming speech of the Rector of the University of Surakarta, Dr. Arya Surendra.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend of science, technology, and innovation in higher education institutions, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you in the international webinar on transforming higher education with entrepreneur mindset and learning method. In this virtual conference room, I recognize some familiar names of participants from government, universities, higher education institution, and private sector also major group. A warm and welcome to you all. My dear colleague, we all understand the importance of science, technology, innovation in our day-to-day lives and ways in which they are transforming the world. If this was not clear earlier, it is blindingly obvious now in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. Science, technology, and innovation are indispensable to our response to and to recovery from this crisis. Equally important is our collaboration in this great effort. And this is not just another scientific task. It is where policymaker, entrepreneur, business people, financiers, diplomats, and civil society are come together in this partnership. Distinguished participants, in this context, this webinar will discuss transforming higher education with entrepreneur mindset and learning method. This is an important agenda and also a fast one. And the time that available to us are fairly limited, but we hope we will heard from you through your response, and your inputs are much appreciated. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe by participating this webinar, we are in the right place and the right time together. Let us accelerate in the exchange of idea and scaling up of good practices. I am confident that you will find new idea, fresh energy, and novel partnership to sustain your effort through science, technology, and innovation. I wish you all a very successful webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arya Surendra, Director of University of Surakarta. Our next agenda is welcoming speech delivered by the General Affairs of Higher Education Service Institution Region 6 Central Java, Adrial Revadin, SIP, MPP. Kepada Bapak Adrial, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Profesor Insinyur Teguh Faisal Fatani, STMT, PhD, IPU, Direktur Riset dan Pengabdian Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset dan Teknologi of the Republic of Indonesia, Rector of the University of Surakarta, Dr. Arya Surendra, good morning Pak, and Ketua Yayasan Universitas Surakarta, selamat pagi Ibu. Esteemed speakers and distinguished participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam Kebajikan Rahayu. Firstly, mugi kita sedaya tansah pinaringan bagas, saras, tentrem, lan rahayu saking Gusti Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Amin ya rabbal alamin. For those international participants, the loose translation will be, may Allah Subhanahu wa taala bless you with health, joy, peace, and happiness. Amin. Allahumma amin. Firstly, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in front of this respected forum. It is my utmost privilege and great pleasure on behalf of the Central of Java Regional Office for Higher Education Services or Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Wilayah 6 to welcome you today. I am delighted to have you with us to participate and share in this international webinar organized by the University of Surakarta in collaboration with its international partners. Seeing many of you who have willingly joined this webinar despite your hectic schedules in the beginning of the new semester of 2022 and potentially the third wave of COVID-19 pandemic that has been happening in most of Indonesian areas for the past couple of weeks serves as a reminder to us all just how important this webinar's topic is. Thank you all for participating. Secondly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Bapak Rektor and all of the webinars committee from the University of Surakarta who sincerely committed to this event to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. The topic of discussion for today's webinar is higher education transformation. The role of higher education is to prepare students for a future unpredictable and abundant in sustainability challenges, such as this COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare today's students to become responsible, cooperative, and proactive intellectuals, equipped with emotional intelligence, complex problem solving, and critical thinking skills. To achieve this in an experiential way, a profound transformation of higher education institution is needed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you that one of the roles of higher education is to prepare students for the real working world. Universities have active role in the formation of their students, both in terms of academic and non-academic training. In reality, most universities, especially in Indonesia, are only focusing on academics, while ideally curricula should be specifically tailored for students' needs, as both academic achievement and soft skills are equally important. The curricula in the 21st century needs to achieve several goals. These goals related to work readiness, providing opportunities for students to learn new skills, take responsibility for learning on the job, and apply skills in a variety of contexts. To achieve these goals, there should be a balance between the material taught and the skills needed in the workplace. And the way material being delivered is important. There should be an appropriate balance between theory and practice. It is not enough to give theories without practice and without analysis of theories in real context. This balance can help youth develop both knowledge, skills, capacities, and confidence to contribute to a wider society. With that being said, to better prepare today's students for tomorrow's challenges, Indonesia's Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia enacted Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka Initiative, or we can also call it Independent Campus Initiative, into Indonesia's education system. This is in response to Indonesian higher education institutions that are finding it increasingly difficult to provide adequate quality resources to keep up with evolving demands. Through the Independent Campus Initiative, an emphasis is placed on independent learning. Students will be given the freedom to develop their skill sets, both soft skills and hard skills, without being hampered by formal academic rules, which may shackle creativity. By encouraging the students to think outside the box, it is expected that more innovative solutions could be developed to help the students face a world that is still trying to find a grip in the new normal. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we in the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology are compelled that the independent campus initiative can promote authentic learning and teaching through culturally and personally relevant ways of working. The initiative is also widely cited in relation to positive outcomes for students, including professional development, employability, as well as personal development. The Independent Campus Initiative was designed as a high-impact educational practices that promote student engagement through practices such as participation in common intellectual experiences, learning communities, undergraduate research, collaborative assignments and projects, global learning, and community-based learning. We are sure that the Independent Campus Initiative will help our university to transform and nurture knowledgeable, creative, independent, skilled, empathetic, and confident graduates who will significantly make contribution to the wider society. Distinguished participants, lecturers, university leaders, speakers, students are at the heart of higher education. Our primary responsibility is to support students in reaching their full potential and becoming lifelong learners in a volatile, uncertain, and complex world. They should therefore be the primary consideration in the transformation process. Put yourself in your students' shoes. What does your university look and feel like from their perspective? To reimagine the student journey, you need to understand what your students want and need and what the factors to their success are. By redesigning and aligning your services in a student-centered learning methods and thus creating a student journey, you could see that it will increase the student engagement, higher student satisfaction, improve learning outcomes, and new insights for further development. Ladies and gentlemen, to close these remarks, please allow me to remind you that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to higher education transformation. Instead, it is important for us to understand how the transformation should take place and whether or not it's the right fit for your particular problems. Thank you all for being here today and taking time to patiently listen to what I had to say. I wish you all a blessed day. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan rahayu.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Adrial Revadin from the Higher Education Service Institution Region 6, Central Java. And now it's time for our main agenda, and it will be led by our moderator, Ibu Yunita Widiantari, SSM Hum. And I'd like to read her profile first. Yunita Widiantari, SSM Hum, is a lecturer of English Department, University of Surakarta, Indonesia. She holds her master's degree in translation studies from 11 Maret University, and now she pursues her doctoral degree in linguistics with translation study at 11 Maret University. She has already published some books and done some research related to translation studies. Ibu Yunita, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Anastasia Mega. Thank you for the brief and fruitful introduction. Well, okay, let me take the agenda now. Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, the distinguished speakers, and all the international webinar participants that has joined today. How do you do? Yes, okay. Welcome to the webinar, international webinar today. Thank you for joining us. This international webinar held by the University of Surakarta. This is a gift actually from University of Surakarta to the world. Entrepreneurial mindset is actually has been in line with the spirit of the University of Surakarta. Therefore, in this international webinar, entitled Transforming Higher Education with Entrepreneurial Mindset and Learning Method is held. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not alone today at the stage. I want to introduce two experts who will accompany me to give the conclusion about the international webinar at the after the discussion panel. I want to introduce both experts who are sitting after me. Yes, at the stage. The first one is Ibu Astrid Widayani. Yes, she is the chair of Surakarta Higher Education Foundation Indonesia. Good morning, Ibu Astrid.
Good morning.
Yes, are you going good today?
I'm great. Thank you.
Good, thanks God
Yeah.
then. And the second one will be Dr. Agus Trihatmoko. He is the economist expert from the University of Surakarta, Indonesia. Good morning, Dr. Agus.
Good morning.
How's life today?
Fine, thank you.
Fine, okay, good. Looks that everyone is ready here. Yes, okay. I will next introduce for you the keynote speakers that we have today. Yes, to the Professor Teguh Faisal Fatani, PhD. I will read you the curriculum vitae first before we welcome him to come with us. Here is the CV. Okay. Professor Teguh Faisal Fatani, PhD, is a researcher, inventor, and lecturer in civil and environmental engineering, geotechnical engineering, and disaster management. He's also trusted to be the adjunct professor of UNESCO Chair on Geo-Environmental Disaster. Wow. And with more than 20 years of experience in technological innovation, infrastructure planning, disaster mitigation, and capacity development of various types of industries and government organizations around the world, he was awarded as the most productive intellectual property right by Minister of Research and Technology in 2020. That is great. Applause everyone. Yes. He is also the recipient of Excellent Research Award on Mitigation of Geodisaster in Asia 2013 from Mitigation of Geodisaster in Asia, MGDA, Kyoto, Japan. Okay, I want to greet Mr. Professor Faisal. Good morning, Professor Faisal.
Good morning.
Yes. Are you ready with your exposure?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You have you will have 45 minutes, Bapak, to give your explanation. Yes. Professor Teguh Faisal Fatani, PhD. Time is yours, Bapak.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairman. Kepala LLDT 6, good morning, and also Rector of Universitas Surakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, I would like to express our highest appreciation and congratulate Universitas Surakarta for 23rd Dies Natalis. We hope Universitas Surakarta could achieve the vision to become an excellent university based on entrepreneurship toward international standard by 2030, and also to realize the mission in providing education, learning, research, and community services based on entrepreneurship, and to create a good university governance. And also I would like to warmly welcome and congratulate invited professors from foreign countries and also the webinar participants from Indonesia and abroad. So today I would like to discuss and also share with you the policy and also the programs in our ministry. As we know that the Directorate General for Higher Education, Research and Technology is currently focusing on supporting research and community services in 5 priorities. And also we have the MBKM programs, Emancipated Learning, Independence Campus, that has been explained by the head of LLDT SIG. And I will share my presentation to you. Could everyone see my presentation now?
Yes, Bapak, clear enough.
Yeah. So thank you. The theme that I want to discuss today is transforming higher education by nurturing creative and competitive human capitals. One of it is entrepreneurial mindset from our student as well. So first we start with the introductions. This is the brief introduction of the statistic of higher education in Indonesia. We have more than 4,500 higher educations by means of university, institute, academy, community college, polytechnic, and we have more than 300,000 lecturers with more than 34,000 study programs and 8.7 million active students at this moment. So of course, this is a very potential resources we have in supporting the national development in our countries. Then as the lecturers, yeah, we have the obligation. I never say this is 3 obligation, but this is one pillar, academic triangle of higher education for national competitiveness. So we have to do a conceptual, innovative, and collaborative research, and then providing invention, innovation in science, tech, arts, and culture, and then we implement the result of this research to community services, having the design, art, and culture, and all of these research and community services we should use or we should implement these 2 pillars to achieve a well-being, a productive and competitive future leaders, our student, human capital, and also an entrepreneur. So this entrepreneur is one of the theme of this international webinar. So I will discuss more about that in the next slide. So the important roles of higher education is to engine the sustained growth and nurturing creative and competitive human capital. This is the ones that I put in my title, and also as the backbone of innovation. In this case, innovation-driven economy. So the question is why that the higher education can be the backbone of innovation and how it can increase our GDP and our country to be the developed countries. In this diagram, we can see that Indonesia is now lies at the border of lower middle income to upper middle income at this moment, and then we are trying to reach to become the high income countries by 2025, and hopefully we will settle there until 2045. So in order to achieve that one, we can see that for low income countries, we focus on the factor driven, like try to build a good institution, infrastructure, macroeconomic environment, and health and primary education, more than 60% of basic requirement. And then to become the middle income country, we need to push our efficiency for higher education and training, good market, labor market and financial market development, technology readiness, and also market size is more than 50%. But in order to achieve the high income countries, we need to push our innovation and sophistication factors to more than 30%. So in that case, that we really need the innovation, but in higher education in order to bring our country to the predicted target of income per capita. So then the question is, why that this third innovation-driven states is one of the obligation of the higher education. Yeah, from this picture we can see the right one here. Thailand, Vietnam, and Singapore, the nearby countries. So for their research and development expenditure, more than 60% is coming from the business or is from the private sector. Yeah, and then the other budget come from the government and also higher education. But in Indonesia, only 26% of the budget for research and development comes from the private sector. 39% come from the government and 35% from higher education. This is why that higher education play an important role to do the innovation in order to bring our country to high income country. But this is not ideal. The ideal one that we try to invite as much as we can the sectoral budget from the private sector to support research and development. On the other hand, the budget expenditure for research and development in ASEAN, here we can see that in percent of GDP, Indonesia only spend 0.08% of GDP for research and development. It's far beyond the Singapore, Malaysia, and also the average of ASEAN countries is 0.7% of GDP. So this is our big challenge in how to change the regulation and also policy in order to put more attention to research and development to achieve the good innovation, conceptual, and also collaborative innovation. And then how about the impact of Industrial Revolution 4.0? Here we can see this is our challenge now. In Indonesia, 28 million jobs will be replaced by automation by 2030. And then we will have new created job 27 to 48 millions, whereas 10 million of which have never existed before. And then the challenge is to prepare new competency and skill by having an adaptive, agile learners, entrepreneurs, complex problem solver, also digital literacy, multidisciplinary and global citizenship. So this is the challenge that we have to face in the next few more years. Meanwhile, there is the silo between the research and education in higher education and also the professional work. So when we start our topic of research, maybe we try to seek for the research that we can do or the research that we like. It means that our own passion. Maybe we close our view from the industrial needs, for example, or the community needs. So there is the silo there, and we try to connect this link by matching the upstream and downstreams of the superior human resources to develop our country should be connected. So we try to connect the education and research and also professional work, industrials, private sectors to what we are doing here in higher education. So one of the initiative is to implement, like have been discussed by Kepala LLDT 6, yeah, higher education reform, emancipated learning. So some of us said Merdeka Belajar mean freedom to learn, but the correct translation is emancipated learning, independence campus. So previously, like me, maybe Mrs. Chairman, we are the product of prescriptive method of learning. We just very advanced in one specific area of study, but in fact, when we work in the real professional world, there is no job that need only one specific study only, subject only, but we need maybe several support our career. So we try to implement the self-directed and flexible method by inviting the student to have one semester others in other subject equal to 20 credit semester, and also to propose for the student to have 2 semesters experiential learning in everywhere, in private sectors, in the governmental office, or in community, in association, abroad, everywhere. So why we have to change the paradigms from prescriptive to self-directed flexible learning? Because every student has unique talents, passion, and aspiration for his or own future. And then they have a freedom to choose multiple pathways to develop their competency. And they have the flexibility of learning. So hopefully that the professor, us, the lecturer, can be a co-pilot in the learning journey of our student. So that's the main philosophy of Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar. For MBKM, Emancipated Learning Independence Campus, we have 8 off-campus learning activities. Last year, have more than 80,000 students all over Indonesia join these 8 different programs. This year, we hope to invite more than 100,000 Indonesian students to participate in these programs, in which 40% of it will be the digital talents. That our target for that. So there are 8 main programs. The first one is to study exchange. So the student can go to several other countries in the world that have the cooperation with the ministry, and then they will stay there for at least 6 months and get 20 credit semester for that. And then the internship programs among around 6,000 students join this internship program in several companies. And then technical assistant in education unit, research activities, community services program, independent project certified, and also the entrepreneurial activities. So we can see number 6. This is very close to in line with the theme of this international webinar. The student had the opportunity to do the entrepreneurial activities and also humanitarian project. The ministry support their daily life budget, so we provide the funding for nearly maybe 2 billion rupiah, 2 triliun for these activities. It's very big initiatives, and hopefully the student from University of Surakarta also have the passion to join all of your friend, 100,000 other student from other region. So because this is the international webinar, I would like also to highlight the opportunities for internalization of the higher educations, because some of our partners or our collaborators come from other countries. Perhaps I show the agenda of this international webinar. So there are several opportunities for internalization of higher education. Starting with credit semester, we have the Indonesian student mobility programs that the student we can send to another country for 6 months, and then they can then learn there and get the 20 credit semester per 6 months. Joint degree, dual degree, and then the branch campus, micro credential, and also massive open course for distance learning, and also joint research. So there are several opportunity for international partner to collaborate with higher education in Indonesia. The challenge is how to maintain the quality assurance and then to match the academic calendars. This is also our big challenge from other countries and Indonesia. And then different in-learning activities, domestic resistances, and also financial support from the ministry, and to find the right partner. So opportunity is to use this MBKM program, and then online learning awareness, and then international collaboration demand, varied types of study program that can be collaborate, internationalization awareness, and also the need for international talents in Indonesia as well. We also try to use the Indonesian innovation also to in these ministries. Last year, we provide 3 to 5 million laptops per year for the student. So it developed by the consortium of university, Bandung Institute of Technology, and then Gajah Mada University, and then Surabaya 10 November Institute of Technology, and also Telkom University, Universitas Indonesia. So they developed the new, we call it as Merah Putih, laptop and tablet Merah Putih. So this product has been spread to all over Indonesia for primary and then secondary education. So for online course marketplace, there are several also support from the ministry for all the campus if you want to implement this one, a gallery of online courses, and then flexible learning, micro-credential, and also transferable for credit earning or transfer scheme for the activities outside the campus. Then how about the funding from the ministry? We try to implement what we call as the hexahelix synergy. On the right side, we can see that once we are going to design the roadmap of our research, we need to understand the need of the industry, and then the research agenda of the campus or higher education, and what is the need of the governments and also the society. These four foundation, and then we'll find the research result, and then we try to prototyping the research, and then based on the demand, it goes to the market. We put the incentive by startup, startup, and also startup program, and finally we scale up the innovation to be used at least in our country. So the budget provided by the ministry, starting from the performance incentive for key performance indicators, we know as the IKU, indikator kinerja utama. So we allocate the budget of 500 billion rupiah, setengah triliun, and then for matching fund for university industry partnership, last year we have 250 billion rupiah, and now it goes for 4 times to 950 billion rupiah, almost 1 trillion rupiah. Yeah. So these matching funds mean that if the private sectors, the governments, association, or the community provide, or also international organization provide the budget like 1 billion rupiah, and the ministry will match it with 1 billion rupiah. It's a very easy process. It takes only 7 to 10 days to decide. So it's open for all of the lecturers, researchers in Indonesia. Previously, we focus on to get the competitive funding from Kampus Merdeka. It's now about 750 billion rupiah, penelitian kompetitif nasional. But it's only 750 billion rupiah for the good researcher with high H index. Please try to collaborate with the industrial sector, private sector, governments, association, communities, and try to get the Kedareka budget matching programs. Yeah, because the maximum budget to be matched is about 5 billion rupiah, 5 miliar, that's the maximum. And also we allocate last year 1.5 trillion rupiah for Kampus Merdeka program, and this year nearly 2 trillion rupiah to invite more than 100,000 students to join the MBKM program. So here we can see the basic philosophy is we try to open the communication, open the collaboration between the business process in the industry and also in the university. So we have the potential here. We have a good researcher. We have a good laboratory. We have the student that have a high passion to learn, and we try to match it with the basic need of the industry. So this is the investment and collaboration opportunities in Indonesia, not all, and we try also to invite as many as we can for the other central government agencies. So we also provide the world-class university program, joint research and publication, internship in industry. This is a big challenge also for us because a lot of students apply for this program. 32,000 students want to have the internship programs in the real professional world. And then micro credential, curriculum development, scholarship, university consortium, and then student and staff exchange, etc. So one question I want to answer that's coming from the chairman, that not from the chairman, but I saw the TOR of this seminar, that how the lecturer can teach the student about the real situation in the professional world. So we have one program in IKU, Indikator Kinerja Utama, to invite the lecturer or the professional from the industry, the professional to come to campus and they teach. Yeah. Not only teaching, but they have also some talk, discussion with the lecturer, and in that way we have and then try to open the collaboration. When you get the match of the industrial needs, please apply for the Kedaireka programs. We have nearly 1 trillion rupiah to support this one. And we have also sabbatical leave for professors. At this moment, we have 6 lecturers from ITS, UGM, Undip, ISI Denpasar coming to Inka to develop the first electric bus, Merah Putih. Yeah, that the first electric bus with TKDN of more than 40%. Yeah, that's the sabbatical activities from the lecturers that now we support in the Inka in Madiun. So for the national research priorities, because I'm the acting director for research, technology, and community services, we try to use or we try to get the direction from research field in RERN. National research priorities, and then from this we will then develop the 5 priorities for research in MBKM programs and competitive fund and also matching fund. So competitive fund and matching fund is trying to support the indicator number 5 of IKU, that lecturers' works is used by the community or get international recognition. So this is the ones that we try to achieve with these 2 programs, competitive fund and matching fund. And this is the this is the distribution of the budget we have. We have 100 billion rupiah for the young lecturers to start the research that they have, and then the 525 billion rupiah for intermediate to downstream research, and also 575 billion for downstream research, try to solve the country problems. And then for matching fund, we have 950 billion rupiah. And 5 research priority is green economy, is for agriculture, and then energy, and then blue economy for the maritime, and also the digital economy, tourism, and health independence. We also support the result of all of the research to be published in the journal, in the seminar, and also to provide the patents of the products. Yeah. So this is the RAN. Okay, I will skip this one. Yeah, this is the main focus of research and community services program in 2022. Green economy, blue economy, tourism, technology and medical devices, and also technology digital. So we also put our focus on appropriate technology development and also science, technology, engineering, and mathematics activities. So that's all my presentation for today. I will quote the statement from Ki Hajar Dewantara, the first Minister of Education of Indonesia, also the father of national education. Make a teacher out of everyone and a school out of every place. So that is what we mean by what we are now working on with MBKM programs. Thank you very much, and I will close this. I will close this speech by hoping that this international seminar could improve the network of cooperation between university, both domestically and abroad, in order to improve quality and quantity of academic activities, research, and publications, and also to obtain the contribution of ideas, talks, and innovations to all of you. And I hope you have an enjoyable international webinar today. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Faisal Fathani, PhD, the Acting Director of Technology Research and Community Services, Minister of Education, Culture and Research Technology, Republic of Indonesia. Bapak, it is a very comprehensive, complete and thorough explanation I've ever heard before. Thank you very much, Bapak. Yes, hopefully after this we will have several questions delivered to you so that we can have a exchange between the participants and the keynote speakers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after this I will invite the next speakers. I will start with the first speakers. Yes. For that, to Professor Faisal Fathani, please wait for a moment and join us until the end of the session. Yes, for the first speaker, we will have Professor Dr. Jamenic Burcu. She is the director of DBA program, Business School, Lausanne, Switzerland. Before inviting her to the webinar, I will read you her bio. Professor Dr. Jamenic Burcu is a Chief Academic Officer as well as the Director of the Doctoral School of Business School, Lausanne, Switzerland. Dr. Burcu holds a PhD in law from the University of Lausanne in 2006, Switzerland. She is an experienced entrepreneur as well as a consultant and a certified business coach. Dr. Burcu teaches today in the framework of the Doctoral School Acceleration Week of Business School Lausanne, BSL, DBA program, as well as in the framework of BSL's International Academic Partnerships. Great. Dr. Burcu co-owns and runs Swiss MedProd since 2007, a cross-border media company producing television and radio program of the France and the Swiss market. Swiss MedProd is currently collaborating in France with the national television channel France 2 and with the media company M6 Groups, RTL Radio. Wow, yes, really an entrepreneur. I know it. Dr. Burcu also devotes part of her time to help those who want to launch a company and develop their entrepreneurial mindset, be it through her own company of BFCC since 2015, or acting as a mentor and judge in several startup contests. Her scope of research focuses on entrepreneurships, entrepreneurial mindset, and entrepreneurial method. She's a published author and speaker also. Well, let's welcome everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Professor Jamenic Burcu. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive and complete introduction. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Are you in a good condition today?
Absolutely. You know, it's 4 a.m. in the morning.
Oh
so
my God.
Very early. But we just woke up with Dr. Kleva, the Dean of Business School Lausanne, who is also joining the webinar. So thank you for that.
We are the one who should thank you very, very much for the opportunity given, right? Okay, Prof. Jamenic, if you are ready, then let's start your exposure. Yes, please do. You have 20 minutes from now.
So Dr. Arya Surendra, Professor Toiko Fezal Fatani, Dr. Purnomo, Mrs. Astrid Widayani, thank you for inviting me to share our views and practice of entrepreneurial mindset development in higher education. Dear fellow speakers, I'm looking forward to listening to your presentations, to learning about your thoughts and best practices on entrepreneurial mindset education. Dear participants, dear rectors, deans, faculty, students, thank you for your interest in this very important topic and in this very important change of perspective for the whole education sector. You have already heard what I do in my life. I'm in academia, I'm an entrepreneur, but I wanted to mention one detail. I started my entrepreneurial career very young at the age of 15. And I've always been an active and an acting entrepreneur. So let's start immediately with this presentation and with the topic we are all interested in, because we are all here agreeing on the statement that we need entrepreneurial mindset development in education. Since entrepreneurship is at the heart of today's business success, and since it is more and more needed in today's ever-changing business world, and also a central component of countries' economic progress. And since the mindset is really at the heart of this entrepreneurial success, entrepreneurial mindset is key to succeed in today's business world, and this for employees and entrepreneurs alike. And we believe at Business School Lausanne that we want to develop entrepreneurial mindset for all our students, if they're going to be entrepreneurs, or also for those who are going to stay employees. In the corporate world, the need for rapid business transformation and innovation requires today from more and more employees also to master more and more tools that were traditionally used only in the startup ecosystem. And for those who practice entrepreneurship, I think they will recognize some of those tools like the value proposition canvas, the business model canvas, or the design thinking methodologies. So entrepreneur profiles are hired worldwide, and traditional companies also need to become entrepreneurial. And therefore, we need this entrepreneurial mindset development in higher education, really for all our students. Of course, we want to favor entrepreneurship. This is one of our missions at Business School Lausanne. Now let's have a closer look at where do we need entrepreneurial mindset in higher education. So do we need it in our programs? Do we need it in our students, in our faculty, in our organization? So obviously, I think we all agree on that. We need entrepreneurial mindset alongside courses on entrepreneurship in our programs. We need to teach it. We need to develop it. We also need it for our students. This means that we need to be able to develop this mindset with our students, and we need the students to become more entrepreneurial in their lives and in their professional lives, and to take action for themselves, for their countries, and for society. But is this enough? We believe that entrepreneurial mindset should also be developed within the faculty and within the organization. And those are two other dimensions of higher education. We often talk about the programs and the students, but we should also think about the faculty and the organization. And I will tell you why we believe that entrepreneurial mindset should also be developed within the faculty and the organization. And I will show you how at Business School Lausanne, we have developed a framework to favor the development of the entrepreneurial mindset throughout the whole organization. So let's first have a look at the why. With Dr. David Kleva, the Dean of Business School Lausanne, we have written a book that has first been published in France and in French in 2019. So that's already now 3 years ago. And it is a book that has been widely distributed in France, Belgium, Switzerland, and Canada on how to transform education with an entrepreneurial mindset. You see here on your screen the English version of the book that's now available as well on Amazon if you are interested in what we've been working on. So our reflection and observation in this book have led us to some key findings. that help us explain where in the organization and in the institutions we need entrepreneurial mindset. And I would just like here to present two of those key findings of our research and observation. First, you can only teach entrepreneurial mindset development if you yourself have an entrepreneurial mindset. I think this is very important. The second element is that there are important barriers that hinder entrepreneurial mindset development and that come from within the institutional cultures themselves, from within the cultures we have in education and in higher education. And among those barriers, we have a few that I would like to cite here, but I'm sure they will resonate with all of you. For example, the precautionary principle, that's very important in education. The many silos we still have between the programs. The fear of the error and the fear of the mistake that is so important in education because people and students are graded. And the standardization of the teaching. And all those barriers inhibit from within the institution the development of the entrepreneurial mindset. Therefore, we believe that for entrepreneurial mindset to succeed and to be taught to students, we need it for everybody in the institution, for the students, for the faculty, and for the administration. And while we were writing our book, we of course looked for an operational definition of the entrepreneurial mindset. And this has proven quite difficult. So finding an operational definition of entrepreneurial mindset is still difficult today, 3 years after we have written our book. There are, of course, various attempts in research to frame the mindset and to understand what it is about. And we are going to just discuss a few of those attempts so that you get a better understanding for those who have not been looking in detail into the research. So probably the first real milestone in the definition of the entrepreneurial mindset is the McIntyre, McGrath, and Macmillan book of 2005 that has been published by Harvard Business School in Harvard's Business Publishing. And they've been trying to frame this entrepreneurial mindset by stating that it's mainly the ability to look for opportunities, to pursue them with discipline, to pursue only the best opportunities, adaptive execution, and to engage many people around the project. So that's, of course, a very important and first definition of the mindset. But we see that once we have this definition, it's difficult to see how we can make it operational. So based on that, what are you going to do now to develop this with your students? It is a bit more difficult. Then the entrepreneurial mindset is often measured as the level of entrepreneurial intention. So in academic research on entrepreneurship, we most of the time talk about entrepreneurial intention when mentioning the mindset. But here again, once you know that it is entrepreneurial intention, and you see how many people are willing to start a company or have started a company, you are not very further in the process of developing the mindset either. Of course, you know now you want people to develop the mindset. There is also a big confusion between the mindset and natural traits of entrepreneurs in research. So we know that the traits are more linked to the person and cannot necessarily be developed in psychology, while the mindset can be developed. And this we know, of course, from Carol Dweck and her book, Mindset. So really, after our research, we have seen that there is no authoritative list of a definition of entrepreneurial mindset that is operational enough so that we could apply it in education. And this is still the case today. Hence, we have, of course, developed our own definition of the entrepreneurial mindset. And I would like to present you here our list of the mindset. And we call those elements of the mindset attributes. And basically, this is the version of our list of 2021. So it is the latest version. Since we have written our book, we have been working a bit more on the wording of this list. It is in essence really the same to our book from 2019, but we have made some of the sub-attributes more visible for a better understanding by a broader audience of our list. So it is really the same list as we already had in 2019. But let's have a closer look at how we have defined entrepreneurial mindset for us to be able to work with it in education. So we have different elements here of the mindset. And the first one is creative thinking and information seeking. We have put those two elements together for a reason. Creativity in entrepreneurship needs to be canalized. Otherwise, you might think of the crazy inventor who has an invention that never reaches the market. So we have put creativity, creative thinking, and information seeking together so that the creativity is used with an information seeking to build a company and a concrete project. We have the element of connection, the ability to combine, to see opportunities, critical thinking, which we traditionally try to develop in higher education with our students. Spirit of initiative and autonomy, I think this goes without saying and doesn't need much explanation. The ability to solve problems, of course. Entrepreneurs need to solve problems for themselves, but also for their customers, most importantly. And the same goes with the ability to create value. Entrepreneurs need to create value for their customers, for them to buy their products or services, and they need to create value for themselves within their company. The ability to work with the available resources. We all know that in entrepreneurship, there is never enough money, never enough time, and never enough people. So you have scarce resources and you need to work with the resources available. Then the ability to make decisions that take into account constraints. I think this is very important. And of course, it refers to the notion of the measured risk that we have in the effectual thinking. So you need to take decisions while you don't have, of course, all the clues and you are in a very uncertain environment and you still need to decide. Being a timely achiever, this is everything related to the time in entrepreneurship, which has, let's say, a personal component or at least a personal way of being appreciated. There is the question of the time to market, that's very important. The question of the timely execution, we discuss very often, or the notion of failing fast, because again, we want to know quickly if our product or service is going to work or not. There are more personal also aspects here that we have put together, the determination, persistence, resilience, and those really are connected to acceptance of failure and error and to what are the next steps. Once you've failed, once you've committed a mistake, what are you going to do? You are going to be persistent, resilient, and to try again. And the last element is being a promoter and a relationship builder. I think we often forget this, but entrepreneurs need all the time to promote themselves, to brand themselves, to sell themselves and their products and services. And this is often forgotten, and entrepreneurs usually, as we know, don't really like this activity. So we believe that this list that we've defined here is operational enough for us to be able in higher education to develop programs as well as a study context for students to develop their entrepreneurial mindset. And we will see how in a minute. But first of all, now that we have this list of entrepreneurial mindset attributes, we would like to spend a few minutes on discussing the challenges of entrepreneurial mindset development in higher education, because of course they are challenges. First of all, the entrepreneurial mindset cannot be developed only by teaching entrepreneurial methods and tools. So the mindset doesn't equal the methods and tools of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurial mindset has a fragmented nature, as we've seen. It is composed of very different elements, and it requires balance between the attributes of the mindset. And this is the topic of our second book with Dr. Kleva that we are currently writing, and that's going to be related, of course, on entrepreneurship and on education and how to make those mindset attributes work together. Entrepreneurial mindset develops in action, and especially in the confrontation with real risks. So we need to develop entrepreneurial mindset in vivo. The entrepreneurial reality cannot be simulated. And we often say that by having students work on a fake company or use the tools, they will develop the mindset. But that's not the case. We know it from psychology. Knowing is not half the way. You need to experiment, you need to do things yourself, and you need to live this tension and experience the tension between the mindset attributes. There is today no good flight simulator, to take an analogy, for the development of the entrepreneurial mindset. You cannot simulate lack of time, lack of money, lack of people, or unhappy customers. And this, I think, is very important. So you need in vivo to help students develop their mindset. Then we have seen there are anchor points in academia that can work against the mindset. This is largely discussed in our book. So we have planning, lectures, specialization, the fear of the error, and they're really inhibiting the development of the mindset within the organization. And maybe one last element that is also linked to the challenges we have in higher education is most of our resources when we think about innovation are really concentrated and focusing on the digital transformation of higher education and not probably enough on how the institutions should start teaching so that our graduates are better prepared for a changing world and a more entrepreneurial world. So there are challenges. Nevertheless, we can develop entrepreneurial mindset in higher education. And how can we do that? So we have developed our framework and our solution at Business School Lausanne, and I'm really looking forward to listening to your solutions in your different institutions. So the framework we have at Business School Lausanne is a framework based on 5 different pillars, and we are going to discuss now those pillars. First pillar, the curriculum, of course. The second pillar, the student empowerment, and we will tell you what we mean by this. The startup incubator we have in-house at BSL, a very entrepreneurial faculty, and a management with entrepreneurial experience and expertise. So the first pillar, of course, we teach entrepreneurship as well. This is very important and fundamental. And we teach entrepreneurship courses in all our different study tracks. So at bachelor level, we have more general courses on entrepreneurship. We are going to have, for example, entrepreneurial management or entrepreneurship courses with methodologies or tools. But more important, we have already a layer where our students have to take action. And this is the experiential learning layer. So our students are going at BBA level to do an internship in a startup or in a company, to work on an applied business project. So maybe they are going to really work on a specific project for a startup or on their own startup, or they are going to build a teaching case for us based on their entrepreneurial experience, because we already have very young students who are entrepreneurs and who have built their business. I'm going to show you an example. So we are having them work on study cases and teaching cases. At the master level, we have a master in international business with a concentration on entrepreneurial leadership. So here we go deeper on the question of entrepreneurial leadership. We have courses on business modeling, design thinking, venture funding, negotiations, and sales. You've heard me talking about the importance of promoting, and I think entrepreneurs need really to know how to negotiate and to sell. This is one of the core components. So we push this at the master level. And again, we have experiential learning here. So internship, applied business project, and the case studies. And we really favor the development from our students of companies. So as soon as we can help them developing something while they're studying, we try to support them. We have the more traditional Master in Business Administration with an MBA project. And here, most of the students choose the track where they are going to build their own company. So they're going to work on a business plan to launch their own company, and they are going to be graded on this comprehensive business plan. And then my favorite program, as you might guess, the DBA in Business Transformation and Entrepreneurship, the program I'm in charge of from an operational level. And in this program, we, of course, with academic research, try to transform the world around us and to find solutions to actual business problems. So really bridging the world of academia and practice. And we basically have students, of course, who have different topics, but for those who are working on entrepreneurial topics, they work on entrepreneurial ecosystem, entrepreneurial intention, of course, or how to develop family businesses and entrepreneurship in family businesses. So those are some of the topics that we are focusing on at the DBA level, and I'm happy to have more discussions on this for those who will reach out after this presentation. So let me show you one case of a student who has been successfully working recently on a teaching case. So this student is named Hedwig Wessel. She's a 2-time Olympian. She just finished her bachelor degree with us. and she is a free ride world tour contestant. So she's very famous in snowboard in Europe. And she's Norwegian, by the way. So she's been working in one of our BBA programs and millennial programs that adapted to students who have a lot of different activities and who are quite active. And basically she has been working on a study case where she presented her own business creation, because she's an influencer. She does influence marketing, social media, and negotiations a lot for her own business. And so she has been working on this study case. This is an example of what you can do with your entrepreneurial students, also to serve as an example for your entrepreneurial community and for the other students you have. So this is the first pillar, the curriculum and the teaching. Now comes the second pillar, and this is probably the central pillar of entrepreneurial mindset development. At Business School Lausanne, but I think in general, it should be the second pillar in every organization. It is the layer of the student empowerment. We need to empower students to take action. So for this, we have developed signature features that have become really learning methods that have proven to be successful with our students to develop their entrepreneurial mindset. And I would just like to show you a few examples here of what we think are good learning methods for students to be able to develop the mindset. We have one format that's called the Academic Citizen Assembly, where we have academics from different institutions, big engineering schools like EPFL, we've partnered with them for this project, and our students, and they work together on solutions for the real world. So they learn how to bring academic research into practice to transform and innovate, solving big problems, CO2 emissions, question of food, of energy use. So we are working on the Citizen Assembly, and the next one is going to be in April 2022. Probably one of the most important features we have at the school for our UGG, Bachelor and Master students, are the Business Innovation Weeks. So here, ladies and gentlemen, we have our students each term work during 1 week on their own teaching content. They have a budget for that. We have a student council, and each term, 1 week, they decide entirely what they are going to learn. Of course, we have some learning outputs for them, but currently they are focusing on entrepreneurship. So they have a lot of guest speakers and entrepreneurs, and they are very interested also in cryptocurrency, and this is also not a surprise, and in sustainability. So this is really a very important feature because the students learn how to become entrepreneurial and master their own learning and teaching. Then we have the more classic formats of the student clubs. We have two very active clubs, the Finance Club and the Sustainability Club, where students also take initiative to organize events. And we have our DBA Acceleration Week. So I think this is a format where we try to approach entrepreneurial mindset what we do in academic research. So we really try to bring entrepreneurial mindset into doctoral level research and how to approach academic research and your DBA. So this is probably the central and most important pillar, is the student empowerment pillar. Third pillar, the startup incubator. This is also a very interesting project. Some students came a few years ago, some alumni from the school, and wanted to launch a startup incubator with the school. So of course we partnered, and of course we supported the project. And now they have an office space, and we are even expanding. We are opening a new space now in Lausanne in 1 month that will have different startups working together in a whole new building, basically, for this incubator. And we also pay for some of our students to be incubated in this startup incubator. So this is the third pillar, and it's very interesting. Students love it. There is a lot of nice community and actions happening in the school since we have this startup incubator that of course favors entrepreneurial intention and development of projects. The last two pillars, the entrepreneurial faculty. We have no full-time academics in the school. All our faculty have a foot in the business world. So all our consulting have their businesses, have their own companies. And this means that they bring real life experience and examples in their teaching. Now you might say that it's easier for us because we're a business school, and maybe it's easier because we have not full-time faculty. But one of our main theories in our book with Dr. Kleva is that you can really favor the development of the entrepreneurial mindset in your organization with everybody. And you can identify entrepreneurial profiles. So you all have in your institutions probably faculty, lecturers who are more entrepreneurial than others. They have maybe a side project or a pet project, or they have the seed of the entrepreneurial mindset planted in them. They are most of the time the most innovative of your faculty, or they come with a lot of proposals. If you have those people in your institution, please help them becoming entrepreneurial, help them transforming your institution, and listen to them. So it's really about the collaboration and a bottom-up transformation of the organization. We cannot only have a top-down approach here. If we want to develop the entrepreneurial mindset, we need to favor it with everybody, faculty, students, and we need to have this bottom-up approach and not top-down. And the last element is the management with an entrepreneurial expertise. This is also why I'm thankful for this presentation of my profile, because I wanted to show you what it means to have management with an entrepreneurial expertise. And this is really something that is important for us in our school as well. So at BSL, of course, you've seen that we teach entrepreneurial methods and tools. We focus on the mindset development, but we do this for experiential learning and action. And we have a support system around us, startup incubator, a faculty that's entrepreneurial, and a management with entrepreneurial expertise to understand the real world problems. Interestingly enough, since we have also a lot of entrepreneurs, it is more easy for our students probably to find internships or opportunities to work on applied business projects, because we have a very active entrepreneurial ecosystem also with our alumni. So basically we have people with NGOs, associations, companies, and they need help from our students, sometimes with marketing, with finance. So it's always great opportunities to work on internships here as well. So I would like to quickly finish this presentation by sharing with you this quote of Mark Twain, which is one of my favorite ones, and which is really what we try to share with our students in terms of mindset development. It is never too early to start becoming entrepreneurial. Whether you want to become an entrepreneur or you become an innovative entrepreneur, you need to start young and as quickly as possible. And so I think this quote of Mark Twain really summarizes very well what you can do when you want to become entrepreneurial and what you shouldn't do if you don't want to regret in a few years missed opportunities. So thank you very much for this presentation, and I really look forward to possible collaboration, exchange of best practices or future new events. I will let you hear with this last slide where you find the different references we cited and of course the contact information. I will now stop sharing the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Dominic Borchio from Business School of Lausanne, Switzerland. Yes, it's very wonderful to have your 5 pillars over there to actually the mindset of entrepreneurship is really in hand in hand with what the Ministry of Technology and Research and Community Services, Ministry of Education, of Culture and Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. So, Prof. Dominic, it's very great to have you here. Yes, while waiting for the next speaker, please enjoy yourself, Prof. Dominic. Yes, okay. For the participants, I want to remind that if you have some questions, do not hesitate to make your chat, to write down your chat on the chat column, or make a raise hand on the and click the raise hand. We will have the committee will choose randomly your question and it will be answered by the speakers. Ya, also for you Bapak and Ibu yang ada di Hall Plenary Hotel Adiwangsa pagi ini, jika Anda mempunyai pertanyaan, jangan ragu untuk disampaikan kepada panitia dan kami akan memberikan pertanyaan kepada keynote speaker and speakers. Well, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Prof. Dominic. Yes. For ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker, our second speaker, will be Associate Professor Dr. Nelburn K. Muhammad, PhD, from Mindanao State University, Palawan, Philippines. Yes, I want to greet him first. Good morning, Prof. Nelburn. Are you there?
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm sorry for because of my internet is very poor.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay, Prof. We can see it here. Yes. Okay, there you are. Yeah. Professor
Okay.
Nelburn. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Yes.
Okay, Prof. We will read your
Yeah.
CV first before you give your explanation. Okay, may I? Yes. We already have your CV here. Associate Professor Dr. Nelburn K. Muhammad, PhD, is a professor of Mindanao State University. He is also the president of Association of Muslim Community in ASEAN, MCA Philippines, right? He is a China government scholars. He was a China government scholarship awardee for his doctoral degree and an Indonesia government scholarship awardee for his master degree. Bapak Ibu, ini ada bocorannya. Beliau adalah lulusan dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. So we have him here in a very fluent Indonesian speaking. Right, Bapak? Prof, is that right? Yes. Okay. Next will be the last CV on him is hot. Yeah. He is a polyglot, fluent in 7 languages. Oh, this one. Sama, Mangwina Danau, Tausug, Tagalog, English, Arabic, Malay, and Bahasa Indonesia, of course. Yes. We won't spend more time. Let's begin your explanation, Bapak. Please do. Time for you is around 20 minutes. Time is yours. Yes, Professor Nelburn, do you need to low internet connectivity? Okay, so what if we help you? We assist to from your PPT. Is that all right? You are still unmute, Prof. You are still unmute. Mute.
Wait. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I am now.
Right. So I will share my PPT. Okay.
Please do. Yes, please do. Okay, here we go.
All right. Thank you very much, Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good, have a pleasant morning to everyone. Now in the Philippines, we are 11:27 morning. Okay, so actually I am very thankful. First of all, I would like to thank to the participants, especially the rectors of the University of Surakarta and Vice Rector Prof. Budi Purnomo and Ibu Yuni. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to this to participate or to present my paper on this very productive, I think, and here's the opportunity to present my PowerPoint. All right, so maybe I don't want to waste my time. So this is my PowerPoint. I hope you enjoy my presentation. Can you hear me, everybody? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes.
All right, so this is just the topic. So I will just give you a theoretical about the entrepreneur mindset and also the integrating holistic education and curriculum designed for ASEAN or Southeast Asia. So I am associate professor Muhammad. You can call me Professor Born. It's all right. I also graduated from the University of Muhammadiyah Malang with this Islamic Studies or Doctor of Pendidikan PAI, and also Doctor of Comparative Education in Instruction and Curriculum at the Shaanxi Normal University in China. And currently, I just finished my doctorate in China. So this year, 2021, and I just new in the Philippines actually. So therefore, I'm just a freelance professor actually in the Mindanao State University. All right, so that's my profile. I just would like to, what I cannot say. So this is just an introduction. The Philippines is a unique country, only slightly larger than the US. And we have 7,000 islands and many beaches, like also Indonesia. There are a lot of islands. And we have beautiful beaches, also like Indonesia, in Bali. I went to Bali for several times. And the population in the Philippines is about 103 millions, and also roughly 80% of, maybe if it is Indonesia, 80% are Muslims. But in the Philippines is one of the largest countries, but the large country in Catholic, Roman Catholic, it is about 80% populations among the Filipinos. So Muslims here are very few number. And we are using Tagalog is our national language. So during the Duterte, it was in 2016, after 2 years of his administration, President Duterte in 2017, it was effectively that the Philippines moves to closer free college tuition for all. It means in the Philippines, now the Philippines higher education in the Philippines, especially for public, if in Indonesia is the most expensive, even expensive than other private schools or private universities or institutions in Indonesia, but the Philippines is very, for example, in University of Mindanao State University, per unit only about 190 pesos. So per unit, so it's just around maybe around 50 USD, $50 in one semester for the whole subjects in our all over the country. So it means if you are the poor students, you are free in tuition fee in the Philippines for public education, especially higher education. So it was started in 2017 after the 2 years President Duterte in the office. So I just would like to present my paper or my PowerPoint. This is about the entrepreneurial mindset. The entrepreneurial mindset, this is a set of skills that enable people to identify, make the most opportunities to overcome to learn setbacks. So it means that entrepreneurial mindset, kung di bahasa Indonesia itu harus kita memiliki beberapa variety of settings, and kalau ada yang opportunities to overcome, I mean the mindset of entrepreneur is a set of skills. Itu adalah salah satu skills, namanya skills. I forget in the Melayu. And also, research shows that entrepreneurial mindset is valued by employers. Of course, entrepreneurial, it is valued by the followers, but boosted by educational attainment. So it depends. So it means entrepreneurial mindset, the more you are knowledgeable, the more you have a higher education, the more you have a master's degree in what is that, in entrepreneur or in business. So the more you have higher education, if you have master's and PhD degrees, why we are now competing around the world, especially in China. If you're in China, they are using, when I was in China, we are using WeChat for, is very quickly transferring money or buying anything. We are using WeChat. I was there in China for almost 4 years. I never see and I never used the currency of money. So I never see and I never used the money to pay anything for my ticket, for my food. We are using WeChat. So in the Philippines, we don't have like that yet. I don't know in Indonesia. Although in Indonesia, you have already transferring money, but WeChat is the most quickly and a very comfortable to use for transferring money, even in education, especially the students. So creating education is one of the most significant to set the entrepreneurial mindset. So one of the important is about the critical thinking, the capacity to apply higher level process-oriented thinking considers an issue from range of possible perspective. Sometimes if there's a conflict, if there's a problem in doing, in education, for example, in education, so we should be careful about the decision making because let's say, for example, in China, our teacher are very careful, especially our supervisor. I'm not talking China is very, because I graduated from China. So therefore, I just shared the Chinese supervisors or experts, how they applied the entrepreneur in education. So for example, we are in China. One of the professors in China, our supervisors in China, one of the encouragements is if you are making a decision, not only if there is a conflict and what is that? So from making decision, it should be in entrepreneur, you should be careful, harus berhati-hati untuk memberikan decision, or saya lupa sudah bahasa Indonesianya. So actually this is very what is that? How to say it?
Mengambil keputusan?
Mengambil keputusan, betul. Mengambil keputusan itu harus berhati-hati. Terima kasih Ibu for.
My pleasure.
Okay, the second is flexibility and adaptability of the willingness to change and actions and overcome presence. So jangan terlalu tidak berubah, harus kita berubah atau kita to face the challenge for the future. We are not stagnant. We should also be a flexibility and adaptasi untuk apa yang sekarang, bukan hanya yang dulu. Contohnya kita sekarang ada social media, for example, we have a Zoom meeting. So this is a very crucial in our society, how to learn, how to teach the Zoom meeting or how to use the, what is that? This is also part of the, we cannot, for example, in the Philippines, now, actually today, I have a seminar, but I just go out from the seminar. I mean, I am the lecturer in the Palawan province for the teachers. Because in the Philippines, if you see the ranking of the Philippines for scientific publications is the lowest ranking, I'm sorry to the Philippines, I'm sorry to my country, the lowest ranking in the world itu adalah Filipina yang tidak punya, or they are not encouraging the students to publish the paper. Mengapa? Karena they don't they just copy paste from the others. They are not flexible. I mean, unlike the Philippines, unlike Indonesia sekarang, sudah hampir lebih daripada Singapura. Perkembangan Indonesia sekarang sangat sangat cepat, seperti China juga terlalu cepat. Berarti karena mengadaptasi the new theory and new application in our society. So we must be flexible in every aspect. So that is one of the entrepreneurial mindset. And communication and collaboration. So the communication and collaboration, actually the communication is not bukan hanya komunikasi dengan HP, itu belum tentu itu adalah komunikasi. Communication itu adalah artinya kalau kita sudah bersetuju dan ada kolaborasi, itu sudah communication. That is so-called communication. So collaboration, let's say for example, we have many collaborations in, actually the Philippines, no collaboration in international. It's just started, it was in 2018. Remember, during the AMCA, Association of Muslim Community in ASEAN, it was held in Manila. I was the executive coordinator in the University of the Philippines. We conducted, and only two from the Philippines, University of the Philippines and Jose Rizal University, who joining the collaboration with the international. In fact, from Indonesia, you have 37 universities from Indonesia to join the collaboration, and some from Thailand, from Cambodia, but Indonesia, almost 37 universities joining the collaboration, because Indonesia is very quick in developing educational system, especially the higher education, now not only in Southeast Asia, even in the world. So I very appreciate that. I also am lucky that I studied in Indonesia. So we are very in entrepreneurial mindset. Collaboration and communication is very significant. Comfort risk. So I think this is a very self-explanatory. I will not let you explain it more deeply. Comfort risk is very. I cannot see my. All right. To move forward, and I'm sorry for interrupting because I cannot see my PowerPoint. Forward decision despite inevitably uncertainty and challenges. Comfort with risk is we have also bagaimana apa itu bahasa Indonesia? Bagaimana itu how to face the challenge, especially if we are in the risk situation. I think this is very self-explanatory. I will not let you explain longer because my time is only 20 minutes, I think, or 15 minutes. Sorry. Okay. Now I cannot see my face here. Okay. Initiatively and several. The power to take ownership project without input or guidance and work through obstacles and independently. So sometimes in business or in entrepreneurial mindset, especially in business, so we should also besides the collaboration, initiative, and self-reliance, not only to get how can you be the project, but without also doing only independently. So it means collaboration and communication with other universities or in other sectors, agency. It is also a significance in entrepreneurial mindset. I cannot move this. Okay. Opportunity recognition, the practice of seeing experienced problems as opportunity. I'm sorry because I cannot see my face here and I can see my PowerPoint. Okay, opportunity recognition. It is a very significant, one of the most important or vital sometimes we are discussing, kita itu harus berdiskusi kalau ada problem yang datang, kita berdiskusi sampai tidak berhasil. Maksudnya di sini opportunity recognition, it means kita mencari solusi. We should looking for the solution instead of discussing and wasting the time. So find the solution. Do not stay in your in diskusi saja, tidak ada manfaatnya. Kita bagaimana mencari solusi. I just want to share you sometimes about that the Philippine politics in the Philippines. When President Marcos jatuh daripada Aquino, so throughout all over the Aquino administration, all over from Aquino, from the mother until the son of the Aquino, tidak ada, all of them hanya menjatuhkan tentang Marcos adalah korupsi begitu. Nah, tidak mencari solusi bagaimana how to solve the depth of the corruption in the Philippines. Hanya mereka itu menyesali kepada Marcos. Dan sekarang Marcos anaknya mau ikut calon presiden, and he is the most most highest survey. I think he will be the president in 2022. Nah, ini there is a bukan perspective. There is the political analysis said if Marcos menang di pilihan capres ini, tidak ada juga di dalam mungkin administrasinya selama 6 tahun itu hanya menyesali kekurangannya Presiden Noynoy Aquino, karena mereka ini adalah musuh mulai dulu. Nah, itu hanya menyesali, tidak mencari solusi atau forget the past and let's respect and love and think the future and find the solutions. Bukan hanya stagnan atau di situ saja, stay in your situation.
Excuse me, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah, your time's run out.
Yes, therefore I'm ready.
Okay.
I should be careful with this actually. Okay, I just would like to share this. How many minutes? 5 minutes or 2 minutes?
5 minutes is okay.
Okay, 5 minutes. So maybe I will share the PowerPoint to the participants. You can get my PowerPoint, and if you have a question, so I can share you this one. Actually, this is a very important of the entrepreneurial, theoretical entrepreneurial. What is the purpose of holistic education? There is a question in your life. What did you need to know to overcome the obstacle you face? Consider yourself the greatest success. What do you need to know in order to achieve those success? So this grace is from, then this is the self-explanatory. I just want to share it. Actually, this is, for example, okay, the last one. Why education is important for us? Because sometimes patients die at the hands of such doctors. Patients die at the hands of such doctors. Building collapse at the hands of such engineers. Justice is lost at the hands of such judges. Money is lost at the hands of such economists and accountants. Humanity dies at the hands of such religious scholars. But the collapse of education is the collapse of the nation. So, very crucial, sangat penting pendidikan itu. Untuk memperkembangkan pendidikan bukan hanya dalam theoretical, tapi apalagi sekarang kita harus membutuhkan entrepreneurial mindset. So my time is very limited, and thank you for the opportunity for this mabuhay in the Philippines is semangat. long live. Thank you very much. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, I have still
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Nelburn Mohammed from Philippines. Would you please, the audience, give the applause for him?
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you. There are many people here, Prof. So
yeah, you have a lot of people there.
Yeah, live and through Zoom and also YouTube, right?
Oh, so
yes.
we are YouTube also.
Yes. As the information, there are 860 registered for today's international webinar. Masya Allah.
Wow, very beautiful.
Yes.
Wonderful. So maybe if you this afternoon I cannot join the Zoom meeting because I am lecturing for the teachers seminar. So about the scientific research.
Yes.
Maybe we are starting at 1:30, so I cannot join.
1:30. 1:30. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So this is the whole province of Palawan.
All right.
So I will be the lecturer.
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much for Professor Faisal and Professor Dominic and Professor Nerben. Thank you very much for the explanation given. After this, we will have question and answer session. I will limit to 5 questions only. 1 question will be live from the audience here, while 2 are from the Zoom session, and 3 from the YouTube channel. Yes. Okay, I will open up from the Zoom. There is a question for Professor Nelburn from Zoom. Prof, there's a question for you.
All right. So, okay. I'm here.
Yes, okay. I'm waiting for the question first. Okay, from the Zoom channel. Yes.
Yes, Ibu.
Yep.
Ya.
Boleh bahasa Indonesia.
Please do. Please do.
Sorry. Actually, my question is for Professor Burki. May I ask the question for her?
Yes, for Professor Dominic. For
yes,
Professor Dominic. Okay. Yes. Okay. Can you mention your name and where you are from?
Yeah, my name is Haryanto. I'm from Universitas Atmajaya, Yogyakarta.
Okay.
I have 2 questions for Professor Dominic. The first one, is it correct that you consider entrepreneurial mindset is related to become the businessman or businesswoman? How about our alumni who have a plan to be the professional in their field? Is it also needed to have the entrepreneurial mindset? That is my first question. And my second question, you consider about how to teach the entrepreneurial mindset in the business school. How about for the other school? For example, in my field is the School of Engineering. Do you have tips how to teach, how to improve the entrepreneurial mindset of the student in the field out of the business? Thank you, Professor Dominic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Setiawan. So for the first question, yes, we really believe that we need to develop entrepreneurial mindset also for those students who want to become employees. And I said it is really important. The corporate world is changing. In the big corporates even, they use more and more methods that come from the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And the profiles that are hired and that are really researched today are entrepreneurs. So people within the company in a corporate context can innovate. To be able to do that, they need to have an entrepreneurial mindset. We have seen there are barriers in education to the development of the mindset, but there are barriers, of course, in big corporates and in corporate culture. And they are even bigger because in the big company, you don't want to make a mistake. You maybe don't have the budget to be entrepreneurial. So we need to develop the mindset, and it's very important also for employees. We do it for all our students. We hope that most of them will become entrepreneurs, maybe not at the beginning of their career, because most students want to start in a big company, maybe in the big four consulting company. But later on in their career, it is very likely also because the world is changing and we all need to renew ourselves that someday everybody will have to become an entrepreneur, maybe for a short period, maybe as a side activity or a second activity to earn a living. So entrepreneurial mindset is there for employees, for entrepreneurs, but it's also, I think, a skill for the personal life, something we also express in our book, and that is very important for us. So yes, we believe it is for everybody. The future is uncertain. We cannot rely on being employees. We need to make sure that we know how to become entrepreneurs. So this is for your first question. I hope I answered it, and otherwise I'm happy to add anything that is needed for clarification purposes. For the second question on teaching, now entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial mindset, as said, we are business school, it's easier. But I think in an engineering school, it is the perfect place for you basically to develop entrepreneurial mindset, because you can work with systems thinking, with design thinking, and with bringing your engineers closer to the market by co-developing the products and the engineering products and the technological innovations with the clients. So I think there is huge opportunity in engineering and technical schools to bridge this gap between entrepreneurial mindset and the engineering science, where sometimes people invent solutions that don't have maybe traction on the market, or they wait a lot of time for the solution to be perfect before they try to sell it. So in engineering schools, I would recommend partnering with startups and the startup ecosystem, with companies, partnering with customers, and making sure that your students, when they develop a product and service, they go out and they do interviews and they use the value proposition canvas to understand if their solution will have an interest, be it on the B2B market or on the B2C market. So I think there are numerous solutions, and I'm happy, of course, to continue this discussion and to share our views on this, because we are also partnering with engineers in our school for several different projects. So this, I think, is a very good opportunity for the development of the mindset. Thank you very much for this question.
Is that sufficient enough, Pak Setiawan, for the answers from Professor Dominic? Hello?
Sorry.
Yes, please do, Pak. Hello, Bapak Setiawan? Do you still need some more question, or has the answer sufficient enough for you?
Okay, thank you. Because I have a problem to unmute my microphone. Maybe the host don't let me to unmute. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dominic. You give me a good idea about how to teach the entrepreneurial mindset, especially in different field from the business school. Thank you very much, Professor Dominic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Setiawan, for the question and the answer from Prof. Dominic. Next question, I will go on to the YouTube. We have Aib Saifullah from STIE Ganesha, Jakarta. The question delivered for Professor Nelbon. I will read out the question for you, Prof. Instilling an entrepreneur mindset from an early age has been widely practiced among students. But if it is not accompanied by practice and support for access to capital, it won't be good enough. This is indicated by the large number of unemployed people that are looking for a job. What can we do to make the entrepreneur mindset more effective? That is the question, Prof. Yeah. Professor Nelbon? Yes. Can we wait a moment? Seems that he has a trouble with his connection, internet connection. We are waiting for Prof. Nelbon. All right, we will go on to the next question. We will come to this question later on. I will go to the question also get from the YouTube, from Hafiz Ega. It is for Prof. Dominic again. Prof. Dominic, how does the method of approach to society provide an understanding of learning entrepreneurship and learning curriculum and in its application to the community? That is the question, Prof.
Could you please repeat? I'm sorry.
Yes. How does the method of approach to society to provide an understanding of learning entrepreneurship and learning curriculum and its application to the community?
Yes, so I think we try also with Business School Lausanne. I hope I'm answering the question correctly. Otherwise, for the person on YouTube, I'm happy to reframe it. We are collaborating, of course, with the society in general when we do business transformation and the development of the entrepreneurial mindset. So we try to bridge gaps that we find and solve real business problems through the development of the entrepreneurial mindset. One example has just been put in the chat by Dr. David Kleva, the Dean of Business School Lausanne. That is a good example, I think, also for the previous question on how to develop partnerships and entrepreneurial mindset in engineering schools. So we try basically with this format of academic citizen assemblies to develop a possibility to bridge the world of research, the world of academia, and to solve concrete problems with an entrepreneurial mindset. So the mindset is really key to understanding problems that society needs to solve and to be able to act on those problems by solving them with an entrepreneurial solution and to have the biggest possible impact, of course. So we favor projects that are related to sustainability, diversity, and inclusion, or where we believe that we can have the biggest impact for our students as well. I hope I've answered this question, and otherwise I'm also very happy to answer it in more detail on the personal level if you reach out per email. Thank you very much.
All right, yes. Good. She said that she can be contacted through email, right? Yes, Prof. Dominic. Yeah, if you need more personal answer about this. Well, let's later on we will have Lily Marlia. This is one of my colleagues. My colleague, we can from YouTube. The question is again for you, Prof. Dominic. Yes, how to measure the entrepreneurial mindset itself? How to measure the entrepreneurial mindset itself? A simple question.
Thank you very much. I didn't partner with the person for this question, but we have developed a tool to measure the entrepreneurial mindset. So it is still an embryo of a tool, but we have developed a tool to measure entrepreneurial mindset in education and within educators and faculty. And this tool basically we have used already in 2 international conferences in Canada, Toronto. We know that Canada is very entrepreneurial as Finland in education, and we've been able to work with this entrepreneurial mindset assessment tool with faculty. And we are working on other solutions. So you can, of course, assess the entrepreneurial mindset. What I would like to say here is, and this is very important, we probably all have in ourselves already the entrepreneurial mindset, because it's a mindset and it can be developed. The question is to understand, and this is why we established a list of mindset attributes, where you're going to be stronger or weaker in the mindset. And it's perfectly fine. Some people are very good at technical problem solving, engineers. Maybe they're not so good at promoting themselves or selling themselves or collaborating or communicating. And the idea of the assessment of the entrepreneurial mindset, even just by looking at the list, helps everybody in their projects to realize, oh, maybe I'm not focusing enough on sales. Maybe I'm not focusing enough on maybe finding solutions under constraints. Maybe when I have too much pressure I'm not able to act and to decide anymore. And understanding this, I think, is very important. So there needs to be a balance between those attributes of the mindset. They need to be developed, and it's an ongoing process. Most of the time as well, when you take a decision, an entrepreneurial decision, you are not using all the mindset attributes. Maybe you just need at some point one or two. When you're developing your product and service, you will probably only use problem solving and value creation. Maybe you have enough resources at that point to do it. So you will focus on those two attributes. As soon as you basically are in a creative process, at the beginning of the launch, you will more focus on creativity and information seeking. And we feel, I think, even by saying those words, that there is a tension and that it's not easy to be in one mode and then in another one. It's not easy to be creative and then the second minute to be under high pressure because you have very limited resources, and at the same time you have customers who are not interested in your product, and you need to change the whole technology that you've been working on. And this is precisely the tension that we feel in the entrepreneurial mindset. So we can assess it, we can measure it, and we can measure its development. Because by a self-assessment tool, people can realize within their projects they're currently leading how their mindset evolves and develops over time. Thank you for this question.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Dominic. So this is personal assessment is needed for the mindset, right? Yes. We still have 2 questions coming up again, but this is from this room, Prof. The question is from Ibu Kun Ismawati. She will give the question live from this room. Yes. The question will be given right away from this room. Please do.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the time given to me. This is a special moment, and the topic of the international webinar is very special.
Thank you.
Transforming higher education with entrepreneurial mindset and learning methods. I want to give a little question to all the speakers. May I?
Please do.
Thank you. As we know that we are still in the pandemic recovery time, and we are as lecturers want to give a special experience to our students. And as one of the ways to get entrepreneurial mindset and experiences, what are your opinions about internship by the students in higher education? Is it a must? If it is a must, how can we get the best results from those activities? Thank you very much for your answer, Mr. and Miss. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, that is the question, Prof. Dominic. Could you please answer the question right away? It's about the internship.
Thank you. Yes, of course. We have the internships for all our students at UGG level, not at the higher level for executive education, but we have internships possibilities and we push students toward the internship. So I think it is really important. It gives them an opportunity to really be in action in a company. And we also push them and favor the choice of smaller companies, startups, so that they really get the feeling of what it means to have a lot of different responsibilities. So I would suggest that all students, if they have the possibility, go for an internship, and in startups, in small companies, where they can really test their mindset, where everything is scarce, where everything is to be done, not in a very big corporate where they might end up just serving the coffee and maybe listening to a meeting, so that they can really test the mindset in action. Thank you.
All right. Yes, thank you, Prof. Yeah, is it sufficient enough for you, Burgun?
Thank you.
Are you satisfied?
Thank you, Ms. Dominic.
Yeah, okay. The last question for this first panel discussion one will be delivered by Ibu Arini Hidayah. Yes, live from this room again.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, my name is Arinida. Yeah, I want to ask Prof. Nelborn. Then my question is, how do ability and willingness to change actions and plans to overcome present and future challenges? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it seems that Prof. Nabon has left the room. Ibu Arini. So, why don't we ask Prof. Dominic again to answer this? So sorry, Prof. You got many questions today.
No, thank you very much. Now I'm very much awake, so thank you for this. And it's an interesting panel discussion.
Yes.
No, could you please repeat the question? And I'm very happy to answer it.
All right. Repeat once more, please, Bu.
Okay, I will repeat my question. How do ability and willingness to change action and plans to overcome present and future challenges?
So for the ability to take action to face future challenges, I think this is at the core of the development of the entrepreneurial mindset precisely. So you need to start taking action to see that if you fail, it is not a catastrophe, and that you can basically recover from failure by failing fast and by continuing trying ever again. There is no success in entrepreneurship that is not grounded on failure and on test and trial. And in education, most importantly, we really try to avoid error. We try to avoid it as faculty. We try to be perfect when we teach. We try to avoid it with our students. Some students don't dare to speak up in the lectures because they're afraid of saying something stupid or making a mistake. While really the entrepreneurial mindset and the development in higher education should focus on this safe space where students can test things. And they can test it with maybe startups in the ecosystem, with companies that are companies from the faculty or from friends of the school or alumni of the school, so that they can move into this basically action stage. And then regarding the constraints, yes, there are a lot of constraints around entrepreneurship. I've seen there is also in the chat a question on how to maintain confidence as an entrepreneur. This is also related. It is, of course, difficult, but you need to look for basically an improvement curve in your entrepreneurial activity, and to know that it is not because it goes wrong that it will not go right. It is part of the process. So you need to stay confident. And the best way to do that is to develop the mindset and is to use the methods and tools of entrepreneurship and really to rely on everything that's available. Today, the ecosystem is structured. There are a lot of methods and tools, and then there is this mindset that you can develop. And based on this, you can really be confident and take action. Now, of course, one of the biggest failures of startups and companies is related to the fact that they don't reach the market, so they don't have customers. If you don't have customers, you need to pivot. But to pivot, you need to stay in action. So all the time, you need to identify basically if you are on the right track. So if your customers are interested in your product and service, and if it's not the case, you can pivot, and you can even radically pivot, doing something totally different than what you planned at the beginning, just to capture a market because you see an opportunity. So I think this is the important part about taking action and staying confident and working with the constraints despite the fact that you are in an action mode.
Okay, yes, taking action, take the risk also. Yes, the last question, I guess, from the Zoom channel, we have Jerry Resika for, again, Prof. Dominic. It is a question of analysis, Prof. What is the difference, the entrepreneur method from your country with the other ones? Please do.
So I think there is no difference in the sense basically that there is one, let's say, worldwide research on entrepreneurship. Where I see a difference is probably that Switzerland has been for 8 years in a row the most innovative country in the world, which means that it is a very innovation-oriented and a very entrepreneurial country. So probably in education, we are forward-thinking and we are trying to innovate. As we try to innovate in every, let's say, field or area of business, we try to innovate also in education. So we have, as you've seen, implemented a quite radical framework that goes throughout all the programs of our school, and we try really to implement this mindset and entrepreneurship teaching in a quite radical and innovative way in education. And probably the big difference that we have implemented, but it's based again on this book that we've written already in 2019 in our school, is entrepreneurial mindset development for faculty and the whole organization, and this bottom-up approach versus the top-down approach. So we really want to transform the mindset that's there in education and this corporate education mindset into an entrepreneurial mindset. So I think this is related specifically to the very innovative education market also in Switzerland, and to the fact that we probably are the most radical in this market since we have been forward thinking those methods for transforming education with an entrepreneurial mindset. Thank you.
You are welcome. Yes, from Yeri Resikati. Thank you, Prof. Dominic, for the answers all you have given us for today. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished participants of the international webinar, we will continue to the conclusion that will be carried out by two experts that I have mentioned before, who are sitting beside me on this stage. Yeah. The conclusion of the first from the first session will be given by Ibu Astrid Widayani MBA. Yes, she is an experienced director of academic with a demonstrated history of working in education management industry. She holds a master's degree from Gajah Mada University Indonesia in strategic management, and now pursues her doctoral degree in business transformation, sustainable business and entrepreneurship in Business School, Lausanne, Switzerland. She has been actively helping young generation to sharpen their skills by involving in several organizations and creating programs that focuses on influencing young generation to be the agent of change. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her to give her conclusion about the first session. Time is yours, Bu Astrid.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Yunita, for the introductions. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All distinguished guests and audience who joins today's webinar on site or anywhere else virtually. Before I begin, I would like to express my appreciations to all the speakers, Your Excellency, Professor Teuku Faisal Fatani, PhD, as our keynote speaker today. And to all the speakers, first from Professor Dominic Burki. She's one of my favorite professors from BSL, where I'm still studying there until now. Thanks for being here and welcome to Indonesia virtually. And then the other speakers, we have Professor Leborn, Professor Isi from UNES, Dr. Avinash Pawar, Dr. Jonathan from Thailand. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here at this wonderful hybrid event in commemorations of 23rd Dies Natalis of University of Surakarta. I am Astrid Widayani. It is such an honor for me to speak here on behalf of the Surakarta Higher Education Foundations and to give a final conclusions of today's webinar. And also I would like to give appreciations to Unsa Webinar Committee, who generously helped us to make this hybrid seminar come true, to the President of the University of Surakarta, Dr. Arya, Vice Rector of Academics, Dr. Budi, Dr. Agus Trihatmoko, Mr. Sumarwoto, and the rest of all the committees. We could not have done it without you all. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, in fact, entrepreneurship in Indonesia nowadays is still far behind with Asian countries and other countries in the world. On average, developed countries have entrepreneurship level of 14%, Meanwhile, in Indonesia, we still only reach 3.47%. It's still low. However, we agree that the role of the university graduates, also the development of the digitalizations nowadays are the important instruments to encourage entrepreneurship in Indonesia, especially in higher education institution. As mentioned by the moderator earlier, the University of Surakarta has a vision to enhance the number of graduates that have the spirit of entrepreneurships and include it into all three different aspects of Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, or we can call it triangular academic approach of higher educations that consists of the education itself, or we can say the teaching learning process, the research, and the community service. In fact, nowadays we have the same challenge in the world, which is the disruptive era that is often referred to as the VUCA era, namely volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It is very emerging in the world of higher education, so that we know our current students nowadays may have more information than lectures because access to information sources is already widely available, so that the lectures are no longer the only main source of information. In other words, the teaching and learning process in universities is now centers on students, where lecturers act as facilitators. Universities will adapt to the demands of the times and the conditions of students who are the millennial generations, whose characteristics are familiar with technology from an early age, active in social media, attaching importance to the element of speed. According to the World Bank 2020, the youth unemployment in Indonesia is among the highest in the region. The Bappenas also in 2020 highlights that youth face challenge in terms of like entrepreneurships, competencies, and educations, experience, resources, network, and family support to start and run their businesses. Because of that reason, University of Surakarta today we held with its vision and missions concerned to this matter and want to learn new approach of entrepreneur mindset and learning method from all the speakers today. So please please allow me and Dr. Agus Trihatmoko to conclude today's webinar from its speaker. First of all, we can hear from the first speaker or our keynote speaker, Professor Teuku Faisal Fatani, PhD. He reminds us that we, Indonesia, have potential resources with the big number of the university and the big number of the students. And we have to optimistic with that potentials. We will be supported by the government in the terms of the government fundings, the research from the Ministry of Education. We also have to anticipate the impact of the industry 4.0, and we wanted to connect the missing link in higher education's challenge, such as the new regulations, the new policy, freedom learning and independent campus in 8 different programs of initiatives. Also, we have to do the challenge and the opportunity at the same time, and the government is ready to support by funding, especially how to maximize the research and some new programs such as Kedai Reka. And we as academicians are invited to more do creativity in how to implement the entrepreneurial mindset in our each university. The second from Professor Dominic Burki. We learn a lot about the entrepreneurial mindset in higher educations, and we need to have to understand it in higher education's layers, including the programs, the students, the faculty, and the organization. And about that, we can learn from the new perspective, which is the entrepreneurial pivot, that we will learn how we can implement the entrepreneurial mindset in the university, and how we can understand the word mindset itself rather than its natural trait of entrepreneur. After that, we will understand about how we can put it into the institutions. We can have an options between we can have a new study programs about this entrepreneurial mindset, and the second, maybe we can put another added value to this mindset into the class in the teaching learning process. And the most important from Professor Birki, she reminds us about the 5 pillars of BSL entrepreneurial mindset. It is a framework for students that we can implement in our universities. First, about the curriculum. The second, about the students' empowerment. The third, about the startup incubator. The fourth, about the entrepreneurial faculty. And the last one is about the management with entrepreneurial expertise. And the last speaker in the first session, I note some points from Professor Nelborn from the Philippines. He gave us a new perspective how the higher education in the Philippines is going, and then how the governments also support the educations by having the government budgets and funding. And we learn also about the definitions of entrepreneurial mindset itself, and how to have a skill sets in each individual or our students. Such as we start by practicing critical thinking, flexibility and adaptability, communications and collaborations, comfort with risks, or we can say we can start out of our comfort zone, and then initiative and self-reliance. And the last one is opportunity of recognitions, or if we talk about the skill sets of the young generations, we call it complex problem solving. I think that's from my opinion for the notes from these amazing 3 speakers. Maybe Dr. Agustri will add some more points to our first sessions of this discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, you are welcome, Ibu Astrid Widayani, for the perspective. From another preview, we will have Dr. Agus Trihatmoko. I have to let you know first that Dr. Agus Trihatmoko is an economist of the University of Surakarta, Indonesia, and known as the initiator of Murakabi economics, a new paradigm for the world, an economic system that is written in 9 languages, right, Pak Agus? Right. As an economist, he is frequently asked to give his views related to the latest national economic issues by the mass media. Besides, he is active also as a researcher, international journal reviewer, and editor, such as Emerald Journal that is Index Scopus Q1. Okay, Pak Agus Trihatmoko, time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon for everyone. It's special for my time. I will discuss about another perspective, which the parent of the practical already mentioned by Astrid, and for me, I will look about the research, because the participant mostly is a researcher, and this is good opportunity, and I'm as economist look about the entrepreneurship. This is just very close and related. The first I have note about the presentation from Professor Teku. If we develop the research opportunity is I put the decision process for the choose university. I think this is the first perspective or antecedent about the another theory. So for the society, we have our you look you deep in the about the demography, geography, including about the economic per capita. Then also the family's orientation. I think the family's orientation is still limited, observed by researcher in the journal or in the book about the orientation with the entrepreneurship. The second, I have a note about the process, how the process decision, our industry, when the process recruitment as graduate from the university. This is also opportunity to our research is what is the industrial need and how the community need, especially in private corporation like Indonesia, also state-owned enterprise, and another is small medium enterprise. This is another perspective to the theory will be contribute how to develop the mindset entrepreneur in the university for the next. And the others with the approach about the management strategic, about the learning and teaching behavior. I think my notes is the new perspective when you develop your research. First, already mentioned by Prof. Dominic, they have 5 pillars. And there are the role of teacher, role of student, also role of the stakeholder in the university. This is you can develop with the role of government and also role of the industrial. From the Professor Teku, if we look about the theory of the economic, also entrepreneurship related in the university, I'm sure you have more opportunity with the new theory and related and have opportunity to publish in the good journal. This is the first. The second, interesting by Professor Dominic. The presentation, if I look about the opportunity in the research, the first about the mindset related about the institutional culture. With the theory, institutional culture, we can develop the theory also with the entrepreneur behavior. If we look in the article or the researcher already focus only entrepreneur behavior. So this is the new thing for us if we develop the institutional culture about the entrepreneurship. This is related the intention, motivation, also the end is build the habit of student. So the second is institutional culture will be enter the behavior about our student for the future. I think my point only 2 perspective, but if you want to, if you interested to the research, you will make opportunity about the concern about the theory. Also, from Professor Nelson, it's like the area of entrepreneurship behavior. I think the first session I have noted in my opportunity first. Also, I've shared to you, and we hope we can contribute about the new theory or new practices can develop the university to development about the new mindset. I think I'm only. We can develop can talk about the second session. Thank you.
Yes, all right. Okay, here we go. Dr. Agus Triatmoko with his perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished participants, let's continue to our second session. We still have 3 speakers afterward, and we will start with Professor Dr. Isi Yuli Asri. Right, I want to greet her first. Good morning, Ibu Isi. Prof. Isi, are you there?
Good morning.
You look great, Mom. Yes, okay. Professor Dr. Ili Yuli Asri is the Javelin Coordinator for Central Java Region, Semarang State University, Indonesia. She will be the third speaker, and I will read you her profile first so that we can know more about Prof. Isi. Yes. Professor Yuli Asri is a professor of applied linguistics of the English Language and Literature Department, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, UNES. She has been a teacher, educator for 32 years and is also the Central Java Coordinator for of Javelin. Javelin is the association for the teaching and English as a foreign language in Indonesia since 2014. Her research interests cover translation and English language teaching, or ELT. She has also been actively speaking in conferences both in Indonesia and other countries on the topics of translation and ELT. She also gives professional development workshops to English teachers in Indonesia, especially Central Java. With around 274 researchers of 250 countries, she has contributed to the writing of a book entitled Alice in a World of Wonderland, the translation of Lewis Carroll's masterpiece, edited by John A. Lindsay, published in Newcastle, United States of America, launched in New York on September 2015. Without more wasting time, let's start, Bu Isi, with your exposure. Time is yours, Ibu, for 20 minutes from now. Please do.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Director of Unsa and also Dr. Budi Purnomo and also the organizing committee of this conference for inviting me to speak in this very important event. Now I'd like to share the screen. Yeah. Is it there?
Yes, Ibu.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm not an expert on entrepreneurship, but I'm a regular teacher educator and also a linguist. So in this session, I'd like to present the possibility that a certain learning method can improve or develop the entrepreneurial skills or mindset on the students. And because in Indonesia right now, the government encourage higher education to use project-based learning as one of the dominant learning methods. So I will talk about how project-based learning can potentially be used to develop these entrepreneurial skills. Now, the points of talk today is firstly introduction, and then I'll talk about the entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial skills in education, and also developing entrepreneurial skills through project-based learning, and then assessment of the outcome. Now, for the introduction, I will just give a brief presentation of what the government has done for entrepreneurship in Indonesia. So this is information for especially for the international audience. So entrepreneurship has been encouraged by the Indonesian government since 1995 in school and university, as well as government and private organizations. And it is facilitated by the Directorate General of Higher Education. It has been facilitated since 1997. And the programs under the Higher Education Directorate General are entrepreneurship course, entrepreneurship internship, entrepreneurship practicum, business and employment consultation, new entrepreneur incubator, student creativity program, student entrepreneur program since 2009. And also according to the research done in 2019, the research finding reveals that 69.1% of the millennials, we always refer young people as millennials here in Indonesia, although it's not necessarily referred to the, the stages, the different periods of this age. So 69.1% of the young people in Indonesia are interested in entrepreneurship. And so since 2020, the Emancipated Learning Independent Campus Program, or we call it Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, encourages entrepreneurship for the following objectives: to give assistance to students with entrepreneurship interest to develop their business early and under guidance, and to overcome the problems of intellectual unemployment, which is now in significant percentage. And the programs under Higher Education Directorate General now since 2020 are Entrepreneurship Workshop, Indonesian Student Business Program, Indonesian Student Startup Acceleration, and Indonesian Student Entrepreneurship Coaching. Now, I think there is a general perception among lecturers in Indonesia that entrepreneurship is only suitable for science, engineering, and economic students. And I was surprised to hear the question from Bapak Setiawan actually just now to Professor Burkui about the possibility that engineering students learn entrepreneurship. And Professor Burkui has answered the question that actually engineering is the best place actually for entrepreneurship. And for the non-engineering people, we also believe that engineering, science, and economic students are the best place for entrepreneurship. Now the question is whether we can incorporate entrepreneurship in every subject area. And I think I'm in agreement with Professor Berkui that it is teachable, or it is applicable to all the courses, to all the programs in the university. Now let's see, before we go to that, let's see what is entrepreneurship in education. From what I quote, the narrow definition would mean that students should be encouraged to start up their own company. That's entrepreneurship in a narrow sense. And for the broader sense, that it is not all about starting new organizations, but that it is instead about making students more creative, opportunity-oriented, proactive, and innovative, which is relevant to all walks in life. Like what Professor Berti just said, that people could be employees in a company, so they can be entrepreneurs, and they should have this entrepreneurial mindset to contribute significantly to the place where they work. Now, the term enterprise education is used primarily in the UK, focusing more broadly on personal development mindset, skills, and abilities. And the term entrepreneurship education, focusing more on the specific context of setting up a venture and becoming self-employed. So this is entrepreneurship education, and previously enterprise education. And in the United States, they only use one term, entrepreneurship education, which according to Attila could be misleading. So some researchers use the longer term enterprise and entrepreneurship education. However, Attila has proposed entrepreneurial education as a term, to encompass both enterprise education and entrepreneurship education. What about in Indonesia? In Indonesia, entrepreneurship has been defined by the Impres or Presidential Instruction in 1995. So entrepreneurship is defined as one's spirit, attitudes, and abilities in managing his or her efforts and activities in order to find, create, and apply new way of work, new technology, and new product by enhancing efficiency for better service or bigger profit. So we are not talking about business and profit, but we are also talking about giving service, which is applicable to all subject or all courses in the university. So what then being entrepreneurial? Being entrepreneurial can mean many things according to Farrington et al. It does not exclusively refer to creation of new firms, but also how employees approach their task in ways individuals act in everyday life. So the skills involved here are critical thinking, problem solving, social skills, persistence, creativity, and self-control. Many researchers claim that the only way to make people more entrepreneurial is by applying a learning by doing approach. And there is an increasing consensus among the researchers that letting students work in interdisciplinary teams and interact with people outside school or university is a particularly powerful way to develop entrepreneurial competencies among students. In this case, some kind of value needs to be created for the people outside school or university which involved in the process. So in entrepreneurial education, teachers are facilitators and coaches who guide the students rather than giving instruction. So the learning should be more student-centered learning than teacher-centered learning. So I think it's also in accordance with this, this pyramid, learning pyramid, that if we give lecture to students, only 5% average retention rate is there with the students. So the retention rate of what students get from the teacher is only 5%. And from reading, 10%, with audiovisual aid, 20%, demonstration, 30%, discussions, 50%, practice doing, 75%. And 90% is from teaching others. So that's why in the process, even if we are doing project-based learning, I think in the process of discussion, in the process of decision making, I think we should also, I think it is also good to use other learning approach, other learning method like cooperative learning, because in cooperative learning structures, there are a lot of in the structures that we allow students to develop their collaborative skills. And a lot of my research in learning using this cooperative learning, it really works both with school students, with university students, and also with teachers. With teachers, you know, in pre-service and in-service training. Now, how do we develop learners' entrepreneurial skill through project-based learning? I'm talking about how the government now encourage universities to use project-based learning. And in my university, in UNES, we have 6 components of assessment, which are students' participation, project, quiz, assignment, mid-semester exam, and final exam. And my university requires us to have minimum 50% scores from students' participation in combination with project. Project should be the biggest. So project has the bigger weight of scoring, even bigger than the final exam. So this is just to show that the university also requires the lecturers to focus on project. Now, how do we develop students' entrepreneurial skills in the project-based learning? We can use real-life project or authentic projects or simulation of authentic projects according to the subject area. Now, I will give examples in my translation course in an undergraduate program. For example, if you want to develop these skills of, entrepreneurial skills, this one in the blue writing, yeah, this is what I did. Yeah, before I move to what I did and what I do in my university, let me quote what Canadian Translation Industry Sectoral Commission says. Yeah, they say employers have definite expectation of new graduates in translation, and they are finding that the universities fall short of meeting their expectations regarding required skills and preparation for being on the workforce. The main obstacles encountered when hiring graduates are their narrow exposure to culture, lack of practical training, and difficulty in working independently. Translation firms claim that university training is too theoretical. And another quote, we may hope to better prepare students for the workplace by offering them appropriate tools, but if our teaching methodology is of the traditional kind, we may fail to produce translators who are capable of the flexibility, teamwork, and problem solving that are essential for success in the contemporary language industry, not to mention the creativity and independent thinking that have always been the hallmark of the finest translators. So, Hirali proposed empowerment approach to translator education revolving around authentic project work. So it is the collaborative undertaking of complete translation project for real clients. The specific goal of this approach is to help students achieve a semi-professional level of autonomy and expertise through authentic experience. This is what I would see, I would expect from the project-based learning in translation. For example, how it develops initiative. I would expect that learners would develop their initiative, for example, when they are allowed to initiate separate team days or class discussion beyond the teacher supervision in class to decide which students do what specific task other than translating for the completion of translating a book, for example. Learners are also allowed to volunteer for certain tasks, such as designing illustration. And also critical thinking. Now with the critical thinking, learners should be allowed to analyze the source text, reading for translating, in the process of reading for translating, and then discuss the possible translation in groups. Learners are allowed to do peer review of translation works to gain the best translation versions, and teacher may help provide feedback. And decision-making. A lot of decision-making processes are done in translating work itself, in the translating work itself, to decide which translation is best. It's like decision on the translation technique used. Learners are allowed to decide which original works are to translate, considering such factors like popularity, usability, and potential marketability. Learners are also allowed to decide the appearance of the works, like the illustration, the layout. This is also involves decision-making. And then the social or collaborative skills. Learners are encouraged to respect others' opinions. Learners are motivated to work as a team. And learners are expected to not interrupt or to interrupt politely when necessary. And also persistence. Learners are exposed to the pressure of works to follow the deadlines. And learners are encouraged to reflect on the rejected or corrected works in their translation. For creativity, learners are allowed to be creative with their translating, using their imagination for rich expression. For example, when translating literary texts. Learners are led to use various translation techniques for good quality translation, and learners are also allowed to be creative with the final look of the products, like the design of the book. Opportunity orientation, learners are allowed to explore the possible opportunities they will get from their translation works, and also allowed to think of possible future expansion of the works. Self-control, learners are encouraged to listen to and be open to others' opinion. Learners are encouraged to control themselves from overreacting over others' different opinions. And learners are encouraged to reflect on what are good and bad, or strong and weak in their opinions or works compared to others. Innovation, learners are allowed to innovate, to give something new or different from the existing similar works. Perhaps the forms of presentation to make to be different. Assessment. In the assessment of translation, I quote Galan and Manas and Albir, assessment can be regarded as a tool that aids learning rather than as a mere grading system. And assessment in translation teaching should not consist solely on appraising a translation, but rather of performing a variety of tasks to assess the process and not just its end product. So that was an example when I deal with my translation class. Now there is also another class in our undergraduate program of English education, is a course called English Course Management. So with this, we can do the similar thing with the translation, but the project or the task could be designing or running a course program and curriculum. Could be English for international communication, English for everyday conversation, English for business, English for presentation, public speaking, or micro skills like English pronunciation or English grammar, for example. In my translation class, I also apply cooperative learning techniques, and jigsaw and think, pair, share techniques work really well. So the task that I did, that I gave students, for example, analyze the manipulation that exists in the Indonesian translation of the short stories, The Happy Prince and The Gift of the Magi, and then they have to create their own versions of translation. And another task is translating a text using various translation techniques, then compare it with the translation by Google Translate. Another task is students are given some text and their translation by Google Translate, and then they are asked to edit the translations using various translation techniques, because we know students use Google Translate a lot. In this way, I would lead the student, well, you may use technology because it's unavoidable, but of course you need to edit to make it better. And another task is students are asked to translate a text using screen recording or screen recording tool or application like Camtasia and others, to see the process, how they perform the translation task, besides the product of translation. Another task is translating Indonesian poems into English to create a book of compilation of translated poems. So I will give here, this is the example of the work that my students do. This would be the last of my presentation. Oh, sorry, it didn't work. Sorry, it didn't work because I used it with the older version of Zoom when I created this PowerPoint. But this morning when I tried to sign in this webinar, I had to update my Zoom version. So I guess there's technical trouble here. But I just want to show you here that here is the cover of the book, a collection of translated poems, English translation of Indonesian poems done by my one class. And this one is translation on the right, translation of English, compilation of English translations of Indonesian short stories done by my students. The good thing about creating this book is that students did actually took a lot of initiatives. For example, I didn't plan to make some note, but the students say, Bu Isi, could you please give a forward for our book? So I think this is good because they had the initiative. I forgot it, but they had the initiative. And also they had in the appendix at the back of the book their picture, yeah, their photographs with their motto. And a lot of good motto, nice, nice slogans that I read from the book, which is, which create emotional bonds between me as the teacher and the students. So students are really, undergraduate students are really cute, I think. When I see their slogan, they're beautiful. So I guess that's all for the presentation today. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, Professor Izzy Juli Asri from UNES. Thank you for the exposure, Ibu. It's a very nice from you from the language industry. Yeah, right. For Prof. Izzy, we would like you to wait a minute and take your coffee or something first. While we are waiting for the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished speakers today, we will have the fourth speaker, that is Dr. Jonathan Rantekarian. He is the Vice President for International, he has, Professor Jonathan Rante is ready. Okay, right, here we go. I want to greet him first. Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, I would say early good afternoon because it's almost noon.
All right, yes, it's afternoon over there. How was Thailand? Is it great there?
We're okay. We are still, on the process of, adapting to a new way of life. But we had just, we had our graduation ceremonies last week, and we were okay.
Graduation ceremony.
On-site graduation.
Okay, yes. Congratulations. And I heard also there is a summa cum laude, right? One of yours.
Yeah, summa cum laude.
Yep. That's great. Okay. First of all, I want to read Jonathan's CV first. Okay, this one, everyone. Dr. Jonathan is now the Vice President for Academic Affairs from Hua Chiao Chalumpakit University. He holds PhD in Applied Linguistics from King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand, and also in Linguistics from Macquarie University, Australia. He was an invited international speaker in the field of multimodal research and teaching in Thailand and other countries. He also has been actively writing academic publication and speaking in many international conferences, especially in Surakarta. Dr. Jonathan is more than famous here. He is invited more than how many campus, Jonathan?
Oh, I cannot remember. Sorry, but Surakarta is our sister city. So I've been there several times, and Unsa, Universitas Surakarta, is our sister school.
Great. Yeah. Applause, everyone. This is a nice remark from the President of Academic Affairs from Hua Chiao Chalumpakit University, Thailand, especially for Unsa. Yes, Jonathan, you have 20 minutes from now, and what do you want to talk about today?
So I'm going to talk about the theme, but from the perspective of our university.
Okay. Yes, time is yours, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Allow me to share my slide because I just would like to share my screen and let me see if I can do it right now. I'm not sure if you can see my screen yet.
Not yet. It's black.
It's black.
No, it's not. Yes, it is now.
And let me just check my, I just would like to go to the PowerPoint presentation because it seems like I cannot open it. Please hold on.
Okay.
The PowerPoint presentation is, is it already in PowerPoint presentation right now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So please allow me to start what I'm going to do today. First of all, before I start, I would like to inform you that I'm not an entrepreneur. Okay, I'm not an entrepreneur, but I've been learning from practices based on my job, first as the Vice President for International Affairs and now Vice President for Academic Affairs, because I have to look at the not only the curricular offerings, but also how our students really go to the field and seek experience so that they become fully equipped in order to be part of this, to become global citizens. So my presentation today is divided into three main parts. The first part of my presentation would look at some of the inspirations on why our university, Chiao Chilampricad University, is moving towards this direction. Then I'm going to tackle a bit more of the inspirations in terms of specific inspirations that have been used and adapted and adopted by the university for this particular process. And I'm going to, at the last part of my presentation, I'm going to look at some of the one example that we have done so far, because I'm only given 20 minutes. In fact, we can talk the whole day when with regard to entrepreneurship, if we have time. Okay, we can put that, we can use another time for that. But before that, I would like to say thank you so much to Dr. Arya Surendra, the director of Unsa, as well as to Madam Astrid Widiani, the chair of Surakarta Higher Education Foundation, to Dr. Argos Trihat Moko, the vice rector for finance, of course, to the earlier introduction a while ago of Professor Dr. Fatani, Dr. Pornomo, and also to my fellow speakers. So let me just start with the introduction. But before I go there, let me just give you some kind of what's going on so far in this conference. So overall, from the early speakers, we saw the need that all of us really agree that entrepreneurial mindset is needed, that there's such thing as paradigm shift, that this paradigm shift is really might bring us elsewhere or somewhere else, depending on how we operationalize what we call entrepreneurship in our country. So we might be going to different pathways depending on how, like what Dr. Burki said a while ago, Professor Burki said a while ago, how we operationalize our own pathways, as well as to the introduction a while ago, if I can remember the name correctly, who was our first speaker again? Our first speaker a while ago, who talked about the need for what do you call it? That there's no such thing and one size fits all. So that was Sir Bimo Widyo Andoko, if I remember the name correctly. So what I'm trying to say here is that we have commonalities here, and that we all agree that there is such thing that we need experience, that we have to equip, okay? We have to provide opportunities for our students to experience what we call a particular learning, okay? A particular learning, or we have to incorporate in our university a particular learning mindset. And then there's also a need, all of us are talking about partnerships and collaborations, and then there's also a need for interdisciplinary and corporate, what do you call this, interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary. With that introduction, I would like to go to the specific experience as well as inspiration about Chiao Chilampricad University. So in our university, we are still a very young university at the age of 30, and when we started at the turn of the century, we have started to we started to create a team on how we can gear our university. So to do that, we had inspiration. We look at the past, we look at how education has been evolving so far. So I don't have to explain all of this, but I would like to go right away to Education 4.0. Okay, to Education 4.0. So here in Education 4.0, particularly here in Thailand, we have, and this is supported by the Ministry of Higher Education, what we call Towards Reinventing University. When we say Towards Reinventing University, we can no longer stay as a traditional university at present times. We have to reinvent. And when we say reinvent our own university, it doesn't mean that we reinvent the country. I mean, we have to create our own pathways based on the principles, based on the mission, vision, whether they are long-term or short-term mission, vision, and based on our passion to help our students be able to become global citizens. So these are the HCU practices. So we are inspired by the T-shaped skills profile provided by McKinsey & Company, and probably all of you here or most of you here knows this already, that in order for us to train our students, we need to provide them two kinds of skills, and these are generalist skills, or something that everyone or common to everyone, and then we also need to provide them what we call specialist skills. So the general skills, this is the stuff everyone should know. So whatever those skills in our locality, because going back to what Mr. Bimo Widyo said, there is no such thing as one size fits all. So we have to operationalize, that is coming from Professor Dr. Burki, we have to operationalize, okay? So which of these skills? So meaning to say we have to involve our our stakeholders. Who are our stakeholders at this locality, or in our locality, in our community? Who are the most common or the most important stakeholders? And at the same time, we need to provide them what we call specialist skills. We have to provide them opportunities in order to hone all of these specialist skills. And this is how each of them becomes professional in their own way, And aside from that, aside from the T profile, we're also inspired by current world context. And one of these is globalization. So we cannot go away from this. It is already there. It is one of the factors that we have to take into consideration. Another one is digital disruption. It's already there, and it is enhanced by the pandemic, which is one of the world contexts I'm going to mention later. Another one is the need for biocircular green economy. And the last one is, as I've said earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic. So these are some of the contexts, world contexts, that are that help us decide which direction we are going to steer our students, to lead our students. Of course, taking into consideration the different stakeholders and others. Okay, we don't know yet. Probably there will be more, okay, contexts that are coming in. And what is very, something that we have to take into consideration is that these contexts are coming so swift, so rapid, so quick, that sometimes we are caught in the act. We cannot just, if you don't have strong decision-making skills, if you're not flexible, then we cannot steer right away. We are trapped in that particular area. So what are the lessons that we have learned so far when it comes to globalization? So this is not everything that we have learned. So this is because we have time constraints. I'm just giving you the short ones. So we have learned that we need to go global, but rooted local. We need to have a focus. We cannot just do everything. We need to have a focus. Yet, although we have a focus, we should still be flexible. That the cyberspace is important. Indeed, it is indispensable. And we need to have an identity that we teach our students, we teach the people around us, the stakeholders of what we call having their own identity. Digital disruption, what did we learn from digital disruption? We learned the way of learning, not the type of learning. So we learned that there are different ways. We are not interested anymore with the type, but we know that there are different ways of learning. Work has changed. So the workplace has changed. So earlier today, Professor Dr. Fatani said there are more jobs that are created, but these kinds of jobs may not be appropriate to our students right now or to other people who have learned their skills like 10 years ago, 20 years ago. They need to upskill, they need to reskill. In fact, they need to have super skills and spaced learning. I'm going to go over spaced learning because this is quite related to COVID-19. That in fact, even if we are at home, we can still learn, okay? Spaced learning. We go over that in a short while. And then BCG economy, that sustainable practices in communities needed, that change is possible and they are within our hands, okay? It is within our control, in fact, and it is how education should help us move towards this direction. And finally, COVID-19 pandemic. Resilience is important. So even if we have this in place and those, if we are not resilient and we have factors, outside factors coming in, we might just fall down. So resilience, going back, even if it's not normal, going back to what we are doing to continue the economy work, to support the economy, to support ourselves, and to go and to continue living in this world is important. Home as a vital space. So we understand that we have what we call work from home, that we should not, that we should include this as part of the factors that we have right now, as part of the resources that we have right now. Experiences are more digital now. So that is one also of the issues that I'm going to tackle in a short while. So these are the lessons learned that we have so far in the university. And of course, digital evolution. Okay, digital evolution. I've taken this from Times Higher Education website. Now, because of that, we have what we call short-term and long-term strategic plan. Why do we need this? Okay, because we need to have some kinds of check and balance. We need to have some kind of check and balance. So we had what we call long-term and short-term strategic plans in the university. We would like our university to be a niche university that is like, specializing in health sciences, digital innovation, and Chinese studies. This is where we excel. Sustainability University. So we applied, and we are now doing it right now, THE Impact Ranking for the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, because this is a bit one of the requirements when you when they go, for example, when we talk with private or NGOs, when we discuss with other agencies, they ask us whether we are practicing or we are using what we call SDG or Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. Then Green University, we are also practicing this. And then this is just started, Metaversity or Metaverse Learning, and of course, entrepreneurship through lifelong university that involves WIL or Work Integrated Learning, super skills, and startups. Okay, these are our drivers. Then let me just go a bit to Work Integrated Learning because we have also adapted. I said adapted because we have changed some parts of it. That of University of Toronto Scarborough. This is their example, okay? This is their example of how work integrated learning can be, what do you call this? Can be applied, can be used. For instance, you can use it in the workplace, you can apply it in the classroom, you can apply it among your peer groups and in the community. How? Cooperative education, work integrated learning, for example, wherein it's not just sending students to the industries. No, it's not like that. It's not just, okay, practice my students. No, we as the higher education institutions, we have the theory and they have the mechanism, they have the materials, they have the experience. So we have to work hand in hand and tell them. It's not just sending them. For example, we send our students to practice in a hotel. We make sure that they are practicing, for example, what needs to be practiced, not any other things. So we need really to have not only collaborate, but to discuss, sit down and discuss with them. In the classroom, this has been discussed, my co-speakers today, that it can be done also in the classroom. Among peer groups, we need to have student clubs. We need to have a healthy student club where it is managed by the students and clear outcomes, learning outcomes, or outcomes that can be measured, so that we know whether or not there are some of the things that is worth incorporating, or something that can enhance the entrepreneurship skills. And in the community, volunteerism. Community partnerships and classroom projects. This is one of the things that I'm going to discuss later. And of course, this is for the development
Dr.
of
Jonathan, excuse me.
How many minutes do I have?
Yes, you still have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. And of course, we are also inspired by the what we call Entrepreneurship Education Consortium. Okay, so what we are doing in the university is that we are having what we call credit bank. Okay, we're having what we call credit bank. We start with the primary education, then we go to junior high school, senior high school, higher education, working age, and all. So from the principle of lifelong learning, when we say credit bank, people, students, whether students, adults, or what, they can enroll. Okay, they can enroll in us even if they're high school, and then we save these banks, we save these credits for them. And then when they finally want to join us, then they enroll and register. So that is the shortcut of that. If there are questions, please ask me later. And then, so because of this, we have what we call, this is the experience now of the university. I'm sorry, I have to jump here right away. We have adopted one community. We have adopted one community. In fact, we have adopted a lot of communities, about 7 or 9 communities already, but it is one of the experiences that we have. So we have what we call the experience of gurami, okay, gurami fish experience. We're in our community in Samut Prakan area, there are so many of these kinds of fish. And because of this, a number of fishermen doing this or fishing this, then, or rearing this or taking care of this fish, it's so cheap, okay, very, very cheap in the area. So what we did is that we had what we call cross-disciplinary. We included all the faculties, like for example, those included in the communication department to help in the advertisement, those who are in the science and technology to make sure that we have new kinds of products, not just this picture or the first part, but also different kinds of products that are produced. And then we have also the science and technology for the quality assurance, our health sciences to take care of the health of the fishermen and those who are involved, and so on and so forth. So this is what we call and we immerse our students here as volunteers. So this is what we call experiencing what is happening in the community and empowering the community as well through entrepreneurial spirit. So what we had done is that we had, from the very beginning, it must be well planned. We should have entrepreneurial heart, not only mindset, clear, well-defined outcomes and sound decision-making, yet flexible. We should be flexible. There should be what we call upstream and downstream, meaning to say people from the lowest one up to the highest in the hierarchy. We should involve everyone. So it is not only interdisciplinary, but cross-disciplinary. Interagency, we involve both NGO and the government. We are happy in Thailand because the NGO is very active, and and partnership is the key. It should be innovative and digital and develop super skill like that. So that is an example. So what in that example, we were able to put our province into what we call geographical indicator. From 0, now, if you type it, they know that these are the products of the province, and it has been awarded by, for example, what we call transforming higher education in the future, as you can see in the picture. What we are doing right now, we are trying to put in metaverse, okay? Because we have pandemic, where other factors that digital education is needed. So we are going to include this in what we call entrepreneurial mindset. And our question, issue number one is, how about social entrepreneurship? For instance, those mentioned by Morpholus and Tyre 2012. And also, this is what I mentioned earlier, how do you optimally and sustainably use our available spaces to inspire an entrepreneurial mindset? So we have available spaces there. Can we use them? Okay. And we understand that there's a changing role of higher education, that maybe in the future, we might not be there. We might just be evaluators as higher education institutions. We might just be facilitators. There might be metaversity in the future. And the need of the learners right now, there is highly in demand, on-demand short-term courses. So they need it right now. So we have to offer it. So maybe we don't have budget, but we can partner. Partnership, as I've said, is the key. And we are happy that in Thailand, we have the private sector that is very active. So we can outsource and partnership with local and international community, as well as innovation and technology. In closing, I would like to save this for, to share this with you from Jim Collins' Good to Great book. It says, good is the enemy of great. And that is one of the key reasons why we have so little that becomes great. We don't have great schools, principally because we have good schools. We don't have great government, principally because we have good government. Few people attain great lives, in large because it is just so easy to settle for a good life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan.
That was a sprint.
Wow, it was just awesome. Wow. Yes. What is actually the difference between good and great is over there?
Yeah, of course, that's there's a big difference between good and great. Good is more on the mediocre part, on the average part. But when you are expecting for something great, what you can do is what happens is that when you fail, you're still at the good level. But when you expect something good, when you fail, then probably that's no longer good.
It's not
okay. I don't know.
Good.
Probably other people might disagree with that.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Jonathan. Okay, please stand by for waiting to the next. We still have last speaker, our fifth speaker from India. Yes, I want to greet him first, Dr. Avinash Pawar. Hello, Dr. Avinash.
Yeah, hello. Very good morning, everyone.
What time is it now in India, Prof?
It's 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, still in the morning. In Indonesia, let me check. It's 12:25.
Yes. Yes.
So it is good afternoon now in Indonesia, but it's okay. Yes. Are you in a healthy condition, doctor?
Yeah, yes. It's good.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. Okay, I will read out your CV first before you give us the explanation. Dr. Avinash Pawar is a faculty of Organization Management, Human Resource Management, and Employer Branding. He is multifaceted academician and researcher and management with wide academic and research experience across multiple disciplines of management such as HR, marketing, technology, operation, and supply chain management. Wow. He is a lifelong learner, enthusiastic educator, and a passionate teacher with an interdisciplinary approach toward management teaching, learning, and research. He received some awards such as Outstanding Young Management Teacher Award, Best Teacher Award in Management, and Best Pepper Award, Outstanding Management Teacher Award. Let's welcome everyone, Dr. Avinash Pawar. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So just share my screen. Is it visible?
It is now, yes.
Yes.
You have 20 minutes, Doctor. Please do.
Yes. So to begin with, I congratulate Unsa for their 23rd anniversary. And at the outset, I thank Professor Agus and Professor Budi for giving me this opportunity to discuss on the implications of education for in entrepreneurship development. So in today's session, I'll be discussing more about how Indian government has established a national education policy and how it is linked with the entrepreneurship development, how it is creating more prosperity and more outcomes for entrepreneurship development in the country. To begin with, let me give you a small background of entrepreneurship. Today, entrepreneurship has been on the rise as a global phenomenon. We see a lot of entrepreneurs are growing today. In every country, we have seen a larger development of number of entrepreneurs. Basically, it contributes to economic, social, and nation building for today. In every aspect, the scenario is positive in developed countries. However, the awareness towards the path of entrepreneurship is now picking up in developing countries. So, in the context of different countries, I would say that the developing countries have more challenges to develop entrepreneurs today. It might be because of the government policies or the involvement of other stakeholders, but it is more challenging to transform the entrepreneurs today. The role of government and higher education institutions is much wider to help and support the budding entrepreneurs. So all the major 5 stakeholders like government, higher education, teachers, industry, and the entire ecosystem of business, I think they are more targeted to create entrepreneurs. To give you a small background of the Indian education system, one of the first university in the human history was Nalanda in India, which was established in 427 CE. The Indian education system is the largest in the world with more than 100 million students, and it has the largest higher education system with more than 1,000 universities, and its presence is there in all global platforms. Indian education system has evolved in the last 10 years, and we could see a lot of changes happening, especially in the education system, where a lot of institutions have adopted innovative approaches. We see a lot of involvement of a government, by supporting to the entrepreneurial activities in different programs. So the change has occurred, and that has been implemented in a new education policy, which is laid down by the government of India. To give you the insights about what this new education policy is bringing to the educational institutes, the first factor is more about creating reach of the education to people, and then imparting more knowledge to all the stakeholders like students, universities, teachers, parents, and all the communities. Secondly, to bringing plans to reach to all the stakeholders, by broadly designing strategies, and by taking different skills to the students, because the skills is one of the most important area for entrepreneurship development, and then implementing these policies to creating a better ecosystem for entrepreneurship, and finally giving monitoring and guidance to develop entrepreneurship in different higher education systems. So these are the 4 major pillars of the new education policy, which helps to create entrepreneurs in the future. I think, as I always believe, that the business runs on innovation, and the innovation can be fostered by developing various skill sets among students. To support that, the new education policy has talked about the institutional collaborations and consolidation with a lot of government agencies, then restructuring of the educational programs. In the traditional sense, the programs were more about giving knowledge to the students, but now we have seen a larger shift in terms of imparting skills to the students. There has been a more autonomy to the faculty, to the institutes, emphasizing on innovation and creating better product and services for the society. So all these aspects are supporting to the entrepreneurship development in all higher education institutes in India, and creating competencies, a good startup culture, and overall growth of entrepreneurial skills, awareness about different business functions, and imparting the business ready skills for all the students. Moreover, how do the institutions restructure themselves, to support this entrepreneurial movement? They have established in terms of collaborating with other institutions, which are supported by most of the public institutions in different states of India. then providing a lot of resources to the institutions, and largely to create a multidisciplinary platform. Because if you want to start a business, you need inputs from different disciplines, and I think creating that bridge between different disciplines is very necessary for entrepreneurship development. So to do that, the new education policy has talked about creating multidisciplinary universities, which can help and support all the budding entrepreneurs in the country. Moreover, the universities have also focused on creating entrepreneurs for the society. So there has been a major component of community engagement and entrepreneurship. So all the traditional programs like undergraduate, postgraduate, and the PhD programs also have some components of entrepreneurship development, which is integrated as a part of their coursework. So we see a lot of changes happening in programs in terms of delivery, and even creating a better community engagement for the today's entrepreneurs. Moreover, how the responsibilities are transforming. All the higher education systems or institutions have received a lot of autonomy in terms of contribution in the different fields, or getting the grants and funds from different government agencies. In fact, I would like to share that to boost the entrepreneurial culture in different institutions, the government has started with MOE cells, which is promoting the innovation and fostering, the different businesses in institutions. So all these aspects of entrepreneurship are well supported by academic activities, redesigning the curriculum, developing better teaching learning practices, reformment from the government, creating a financial structure, which will support the today's entrepreneurs. Because the major challenge, especially in a country like India, is to get the financial support for entrepreneurs. And I think that has been resolved by developing many schemes by the government to support the entrepreneurs. Talking about the academic sense, there has been a lot of integration of online and digitalization, which is, I think, the need of the time today. The next component which is integrated is more about industry internship, which is giving a practical experience to the students about the business. They understand the basics of business, they understand how to start a business, what activities or what functions are involved in doing a business. Moreover, the vocational education has also been given a lot of weightage in new education policy, because vocational education could bring lot of new businesses, and I think it caters to larger markets, that can give better opportunities for the students to start businesses and become successful in their entrepreneurial journey.
Excuse me, Dr. Afinas.
Yes.
Can I see your PPT don't move? Is it? Yes?
Just let me check.
Okay. It just stuck on one page, the first page.
Oh, is it visible now?
And it's not. Yeah, it's now.
Yeah, can you see that?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So just we were discussing about how the academic has been transformed, in terms of teaching, learning, and various assessments to support entrepreneurship development. So this new education policy has talked about giving better choices and flexibility to the students, where we could impart more skills, especially the entrepreneurial skills, to the students by involving them into various projects and various activities, which could enhance all those skill sets required for starting a business. Moreover, the institutional autonomy could also help the entrepreneurs to support, to get the support from the institutions in terms of mentoring, if required, in terms of financial allocation. If any business wants to get funding, today the institutions have the capability to take grants from the governments and then circulate that to the new entrepreneurs. So I think all these aspects of entrepreneurship have been considered in a new education policy, which is creating a better framework for higher educational institutes to bring more entrepreneurship in all areas of business. To talk about the governance and new possibilities, I think with the major goal to boost the entrepreneurship, the government has started a lot of multidisciplinary programs, which has been circulated to all the higher education institutes, like diploma programs or vocational programs. Also, the different infrastructural utilization has also been thought of, and which is creating a lot of incubations in different cities to support the entrepreneurs and creating more possibilities for online and digital learning. I think with these initiatives and the infrastructure, I would say there will be better possibilities to have more and more entrepreneurs in the future. Talking about the requirements of higher educational institutes in terms of entrepreneurship development, every higher education institutes have a startup incubation center, which is discussing the business ideas with students, giving them mentoring, guidance to start their businesses, and even checking the feasibility of that business and supporting them in terms of financial and all other activities. Then there is a structure for technological support to the new entrepreneurs in terms of adopting new technologies into their businesses. Research centers creating better industry academia linkages, which is most essential to support new businesses. Because if there is a big industry in a particular region, it can support all the smaller businesses, especially it will create a better ecosystem to support the academic and industry institute linkages. And lastly, integration of vocational education, talking about how even a smaller businesses could support the bigger businesses, and how we could transform the entire supply chain in terms of different products and services. So all these aspects have been taken care in the higher education policy. Moreover, how can we go ahead with this? Talking about the strategic plan of action, the national education policy talks about creating the appropriate curriculum for entrepreneurship development, by integrating many new areas like how to start a business, what are the essential skills of an entrepreneur, what are the documentations or legal aspects which are essential to start the business. Then institutional development plan, how the institutional could play a role to support the entrepreneurs and giving them more flexibility in terms of teaching, learning, and creating better structure for their businesses. Then inclusion of inter and multidisciplinary aspects, which are playing a critical role for making businesses successful. So we have a hub called as multidisciplinary hub, where we have a lot of people from different disciplines. They give inputs for the startups or new businesses, so that we could get a better holistic view to do a particular business. And lastly, achieving global standards. So as per the norms of the industry, as per the standards in a particular sector, creating the product and services at the global standard is much essential. So I think with these approaches, all the higher education institutions are working today, and there is a better possibility of internationalization. A lot of foreign universities are coming up and setting their universities in India, which has created a better platform for entrepreneurs and created better mindset among the students to start to take entrepreneurship as a career. Few bodies which are regulating the entrepreneurship today in India, like NHERC, which is regulating the equity and transparency in higher education institutes. Then NAC, which is supervising and coordinating all other accreditation bodies. Then HEGC, which is providing financial support to the higher education institute. GEC is providing outcome of education, deciding the curriculum and implementing the new curriculums in the institutions. And lastly, HECI, which is an umbrella body to coordinate all other 4 activities. So this structure itself has created a better, I would say, framework for all the higher education institutions. And I think in the future, we will see a lot of benefits of all these initiatives taken up by Government of India. Moreover, there are many implementing agencies of national education policies like Ministry of Education, higher education institutions, Ministry of Women and Child Development, National Higher Education Regulatory Council. So all these government agencies are equally involved in implementing entrepreneurship and all the policies of national education, in a higher education institution. Moreover, the government has also initiated 4 major initiatives. The first is Startup India, which is supporting the new businesses, and it has generated more than 20,000 businesses in a very short span of time. So it has been a very successful initiative. The next is Make in India, which is focusing on creating better industries and manufacturing capabilities in India, so that our reliance on importing will get reduced and we could create better infrastructure, better employment through Make in India campaign. So these two are major campaigns of Government of India. And secondly, they also have launched a MSME scheme, which is supporting financially to the entrepreneurs. So if any businessman or entrepreneur requires loans or debts, he could apply to the MSME scheme and get the financial for his business. And the Stand Up India has been an evolutionary initiative which is supporting all businesses, in different sectors to contribute to the economy. So these are the 4 major initiatives which government has taken and which has transformed the entrepreneurship today in entire India. So on the background of national education policy and government initiatives, I think these are more significantly affecting the entrepreneurial culture. Moreover, what practices we use as a higher education institute? While teaching entrepreneurship, we have 3 methods to deal with. The first is direct methods, which are relating to inviting entrepreneurs, to talk with the students, having more mentoring sessions by entrepreneurs, training students from, different skills necessary for entrepreneurship. Then interactive methods, we use learning from mistakes of the entrepreneurs. We always follow the problem-oriented learning, which gives them the real, I would say, exposure to problem solving, and that enhances their capability of entrepreneurship. And then practical teaching learning methods includes role playing, then project-based learning, or even assigning various industrial projects to the student. I think that develops their skills and mindsets to become a better entrepreneur in the future. And on this front, we follow a very systematic approach of 3-step model for entrepreneurship development. To start with, we take a entrepreneurship audit of the students to assess the capabilities of the students, in terms of his business ideas, in terms of what skills a student possesses. And based on the audit, we start with the first level of training, which is educating people. So we conduct an entrepreneurship awareness program, and then we make them realize about different skills, different opportunities, what kind of government infrastructure or a support which is available. Then in second phase, we enhance their entrepreneurial skills by conducting various programs, like imparting them the innovation skills, or we have a creativity workshop, or we organize, meet with the entrepreneurs for the budding entrepreneurs. And lastly, we empower the students with hand-holding sessions, which is a very unique characteristic of our program, where we invite the entrepreneurs from a specific sector, and then that entrepreneur will share his insights about the business, and he will try to help the budding entrepreneur to become successful. So I think with this approach, we develop our entrepreneurs in our country, and especially in our institute, we follow this kind of a structure. I think today the entrepreneurship is growing in India. We have seen a lot of people starting new businesses, and the government is also taking a lot of initiatives to support all these activities. To conclude, I would say that education must build character, enable learners to be ethical, rational, compassionate, and caring, while at the same time prepare them for being empowered with economic fulfillment. Many businesses people, political leaders, economists, and educators believe that the fostering a robust entrepreneurial culture will maximize individual and collective economic and social success on local, national, and a global scale. The new education policy 2020 of India have provided broader platform for the entrepreneurship for higher education institution in India. So I think with this note, I see a very good future for entrepreneurs, and there will be a lot of opportunities, especially looking at India as a market. I think it is one of the biggest market in the world, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs today. They want to start the businesses in India. So I would say it is a very conducive environment for people, for all other countries to invest and start businesses, which is also being supported by the Indian entrepreneurs who are creating better infrastructure, better services to support new businesses. So guys, with this note, I thank every one of you. Terima kasih. To conclude my session, I would just like to share a small thought. It's not about ideas. Yeah, it's all about making ideas happen. I think this is the true spirit of entrepreneurship. And I'm sure that we all will achieve that in the future. So thank you. Thank you for inviting.
Yes, nice, amazing from Dr. Avinas Pawar, India. Yes, it's a nice, that we see eventually that in India higher education is also maintain many aspects on entrepreneur mindset, doctor. So it is the same all over the world that we already talk in Indonesia, in Switzerland, in Philippines, and Thailand, and they are all the same. That entrepreneurial mindset is really a thing now. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Avinas Pawar. You may sit down first, and ladies and gentlemen and the distinguished participants, we will continue to the question and answer for the second section. Okay, there will be 5 questions, 2 questions from these rooms, and 2 also from the Zoom chat, and we also have from the YouTube channel. Yes, let's open up with the first. From this room, we will have Ibu Oktaria Cahyaningrum to give a question. Yes, time is yours, Ibu Oktaria.
Tes. Okay. Thank you very much for the time, Ibu Yunita. So here I have some questions, maybe for Professor Izzy. Okay. Here we are in the modern era of technology. So there are always a strong relations between the technology and the entrepreneur itself. So I am as a lecturer, I found there are some problems in the field. And I have a background, my research also in translation, especially in machine translations. So this is a connections with the technology itself. So my question is how to create and motivate our students who do not have enough facilities like a technology connections, and maybe there are some curriculum applications and the government policies that have a make strong impact to the university itself, and how to practice the entrepreneur itself for our educations in university. Thank you very much.
Okay, you may answer it right away, Prof. Isi.
All right. There is a good thing and bad thing about technology when it relates to translation and interpreting. Because now with the technology enhancement, I think some of the work of interpreter and translator will be replaced by technology, because now, like with our mobile phone, we can use our voice in any language, in our language, and then we can just use the application to make the mobile phone say the other language, any other language in the world. I mean, the technology is so advanced that there is a threat that the job of a human translator or human interpreter will not be there any longer. However, in the field of translation, we believe that human translators cannot be replaced totally by machine, because there are lots of context in language which cannot be translated directly by machine. So that's why with my class, I see the reality of student using Google Translate. So instead of let them cheat with the Google Translate, I also have like exam items that allow them to use Google Translate and compare with their editing work and so on. Yeah. So about the possibility that using this technology for entrepreneurship, I think with students can be encouraged to create technology-based or IT-based products that involve translation or interpreting of classic works, poems maybe, or songs. Maybe they can use TikTok to produce some translation works while promoting their service as a translator, something like that. So I think we can always encourage our students that whatever field they have, whatever major they are in, they can always innovate and look at opportunities for their good profit and for their life. Yeah. Also in the education, English education, I think now with the scholarship available from the government and from other scholarship providers, the requirements is language. It is funny that in Indonesia there are more scholarship available than the qualified applicants. So, for example, I was involved in a training provided by the Directorate General of Higher Education. I had to go to Kupang, to the East Nusa Tenggara, to do some kind of workshop, academic writing workshop for lecturers, and also giving them training to write email to the professors' offices in their way to gain scholarship, because as I said before, the number of qualified applicants is less than the scholarship provided. So I think this is an opportunity for English graduates, to give training to people of non-English department who want to further their study overseas to gain scholarship, to teach them like TOEFL preparation, TOEFL test preparation, or IELTS preparation, and to give them English training. And this is really a big opportunity. So I think we can always encourage our students to open up their mind for opportunities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So the result is there are still very broad opportunities, right, Ibu? Yes. Next question will be Still from this room, we will have Mr. Ahmad Nurdiansa. Nur Hidayat, mohon maaf. To deliver the question to Mr. Ahmad.
Oke, terima kasih.
Yes, please.
Mohon ditranslate nanti untuk kepada Prof. Yuliasri dan Prof. Jonathan. Tertarik yang pertama, strategi, langkah apa agar dunia akademis dapat berperan terhadap dunia usaha atau industri selain yang telah diprogramkan oleh pemerintah. Misalkan dana dari pemerintah maksud saya. Yang kedua, apakah hubungan efikasi diri akademik berpotensi mampu menjawab resiliensi global? Bagaimana strateginya? Kepada Prof. Yuliasri dan Prof. Jonathan. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Pak Ahmad. Okay, Prof. Isi, can you see the question well?
Okay, I will ask the first question. Well, I'm involved in TEFLIN. TEFLIN is the Association for the Teaching of English as a Foreign Language in Indonesia, and with TEFLIN we have the program for professional development for English teachers professional development. So I think what we can do from our organization as well as from my university, usually we have like a collaboration between the English department in my university and TEFLIN and also the British Council, yeah, to have like workshop for teachers, yeah. So I think with this kind of professional development, we help the government to some extent for the provision of training for English teachers for their professional development and also for their English mastery development. Because right now in Indonesia, the teacher's access to training is not that much. So in Indonesia, for example, the government gives training for accreditation, yeah, for their being a professional teacher, and that is only a little percentage of the teachers. So as an organization of TEFLIN, we contribute for the to fill this gap, yeah. Because also in Indonesia we have the so-called honorarium teachers, the teachers who are not permanent worker, although they have been working like in tens of years, but they have very, very small honorarium. It's like many of the teachers even get less than 500,000 rupiah, which is less than $50 a month. So this is sad, yeah. So how can they afford to get workshop or training if they even can afford for their decent life? So that is my concern. That's why I like to give a free workshop, professional development workshop for teachers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Easy. The question also delivered to Dr. Jonathan. Dr. Jonathan, the strategy to enhance the entrepreneurial mindset apart from the program provided by the government. What do you think of it?
Thank you very much. I was waiting also for the English translation because a while ago I was a total lost because I can't understand. I can speak a bit of Indonesian language or Bahasa Indonesia, but thank you very much, Madam Yunita, for translation. So see here in Thailand, the advantage of Thailand is that the NGOs, particularly the private agencies and private companies are very active. So, and because we are a private university, there is limited budget when it comes to budget support for private university. So we have to start and find our own fundings. So what we do is, number one, we should have strong tie-ups with industries. That is what we have already started in the university. we should have strong tie-ups with the industries or companies that are within our locality, within our province. We are very lucky that we are in the suburb of Bangkok or suburb of the capital city. So there are many industries there. And because these industries are more or less like, they are not really forced, but it is part of the law to have what we call CSR. Okay, so they are forced to, I put it in quotation, they are forced to more or less share their earnings to the community. And from here, when they share, we have to more or less find these opportunities, okay, find these kinds of funding opportunities, and we have to rechannel them to areas in the community that needs this funding most. For example, what we have done in our Samut Prakan model. Samut Prakan is the province where we are staying, and we had what we call Samut Prakan model, wherein we have what we call involving the upstream and the downstream people, not only those who are who really need help, but we have to involve also the government, we have to involve the NGOs, and we are just working on one particular thing, that is the gurami fish, which was like 5 years ago, it was very cheap. 1 kilo is like 100 baht. Right now, it goes by the thousands, and it's already, we are exporting them. And we are now doing it in another locality, in another province, because the success of this story that we had geographical, we were able to have what we call geographical indicator in this particular province, allowed international community to know the products of this province. So what my main point is that we have to involve everyone. Partnership really is the key, and we have to communicate. Okay, when we stop communicating, then that's communication. It means they don't need us. We don't need them. So we need to communicate with them. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Communication to the community. Yes. Okay. Done. Thank you. We will go on to the next question. It is from the YouTube. Yes. Please do, Miss Anastasia Mega.
Okay, this question is for Dr. Jonathan. So the question is, Education's 4.0 Metaversity is very interesting. How can we determine pedagogy in this process? During this pandemic situations, we are still having difficulties in maximizing the pedagogy itself. Thank you.
Yes. You still mute? Dr.
Okay,
Jared?
so thank you very much for the question. In fact, here at Huaqiao Chalamperket University, we have just started Metaversity. We have launched what we call HCU New Generation Metaversity only like less than 2 months ago. Why we have launched this? Because we understand here in Thailand that we have what we call, and also the world, we have what we call reinventing university, that the role of the university is no longer confined in the classroom, that we cannot just teach in the four corners of the classroom, and that a lot of universities in Thailand and all over the world have already been, obtaining or getting all these stakeholders and students. Here in Thailand, believe it or not, we only have more than 100,000 freshmen every year because we are in what we call aging society. So it's very difficult for us to obtain these students. And we already have, because of the pandemic, because of what we call on-demand needs by the private sector, it is really very difficult if we are just going to wait, for something that is being prescribed by the traditional. So we have to disrupt by ourselves before other people disrupt us. So that is why we're introducing Metaversity. We're envisioning, like, for instance, during this pandemic, we cannot let our students stop learning. Okay, we cannot let our students stop learning. Like for nurses, more or less, at least, for instance, our health sciences, they study anatomy, they can use, for example, we use metaversity, for example, for them to be able to connect, at least from a virtual perspective. We know that this is not ideal, but it is better than confining them at their homes, okay? Especially if we have study from home or work from home, whatever. So this is my reply. Thank you.
Okay, nice perspective, Dr. Jonathan. Yes, hopefully it's clear enough for him, for the questioner. Yes. Next we will. I want to check the Zoom channel. Yes. Hello, participants at the Zoom channel. Are you still with me now in the international webinar? Yes. Okay, great. Yes. Okay, we will have Faisal Rahman. The question from Faisal Rahman, it will be delivered to Dr. Afinas. I read the question for you. Dear sir, what is your opinion regarding PMP or Prince to management certification that is now being one of the qualification needed by a lot of multinational company besides higher education? PMP and Prince to management mentioned by many industries as great entrepreneurship mindset that can handle all industries line, also government lines. Thank you so much. That is the
Very
question.
good question. Thank you for the question. I think today most of the industries, if you look at manufacturing, IT, supply chain, you will find a larger application of project management concepts and ideas. We could see a lot of changes happening in the industrial structures, like digitalization has, disrupted the business industry. It has been affecting every sector, starting from hospitality, retail, manufacturing. Everyone is adopting new technologies into their business. So I think to make that change easier, I think project management will help us to bring that transformation in different industries. So I would say that every student should understand the project management principles and all the applications of Prince, to make themselves more competent on all the entrepreneurial skills, and making sure that the entire life cycle of the business runs in a smoother manner, so that you could achieve more success, more profitability, and better future. I think that's the input from my side.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lavinas. Committee, do you still have any question? Yes. Okay. Yes, from the YouTube channel. It is for Dr. Jonathan. How is the Thai government's policy in supporting the function of universities, especially in building self-reliance and giving guarantee that the university graduates can be adaptively to work in industry? That's it, the question.
Okay. I hope you can hear me. So the Thai government, in fact, the idea of reinventing the university is not my idea, but it is the idea of the Thai government as a whole. So what we are doing here right now is that we are trying to divide, because I'm going to link this to resilience later. They have divided us into groups. They are trying to divide us into groups because it is on the process. Meaning to say, some universities, for example, will be in a niche university, another groups of university would be handling community needs, for example. Another would be on innovation and technology. Another is on culture, and others like general needs of Thai people. So through this project, through this program of the government, we are trying to address particular needs of specific communities, and in so doing, we are trying to become more or less, we are trying to move forward resilience, because they have started this not only because of the pandemic, but because of the issues like digital disruption and so on. That what's happening is that, see, students, for example, the graduates, for example, in this particular university will have will have these specific skills, for example, and they cannot specialize. They cannot join the global community. So that is the role of the government. So the government is now financing these different groups, okay, these different groups of universities in order for this university to push forward to this area of specialization that they have. And in so doing, it tries to have like what we call trying to address the specific needs of the community that this group of universities in each section are involved or that can address. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jonathan. It's great answer from you. Yes. Last question. Okay, we still have from YouTube. From Erna Diani, Indonesia, to Dr. Afinas. Dr. Afinas, are you ready?
Yes, yes.
How does a university should encourage its students or even alumni to become an entrepreneurs? For some students are still afraid of falling in their business. Thank you. That is the question.
Very good question. A wonderful question by the participant. I think the role of a university or an institution primarily is to motivate students to start the businesses. And most of the time, we have a very active ED cell, which helps the students to work on their ideas. We have a project-based learning, which helps the student to sort out their ideas, to analyze and do the feasibility study of their ideas, which can become a business in future. So it's more of a hand-holding by the institution and some of our board members who are guiding the entrepreneurs of the institute. So it's an equal contribution from the alumni of the institute and the expert panel of the entrepreneurship, which is supporting the entrepreneurship development. So I would say it's more of a collaborative efforts to boost the entrepreneurship, rather than individually helping. I would say the collaboration of all these experts and all these intermediaries will create better entrepreneurs in the future. So we take all these initiatives to support the entrepreneurship in our university. Hope this has given you some clarity about the entrepreneurship development in our institute.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Dr. Afinas. Wow, well done. Motivation and also keep the communication between the alumni, because we can't walk alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, all right. I want to remind the audience to give your attendance list that is shared on the chat room. And remember that it will only open for 5 minutes. Yeah. This is the attendance list. You can scan the QR code that appears on your screen, everybody. By this, you will get the certificates. Yes. I also want to thanks to all the keynote speakers and all the speakers today that have with us during the day. To close this event, we will still listen for the perspective of two experts with us today. We will start from Ibu Astrid Widayani. To Ibu Astrid Widayani, time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Yunita. And I will continue for the conclusions of these wonderful discussions with these three speakers in the second sessions of International Webinar Unsa. Well, we can see that this second sessions more into the best practices for us, yeah. Maybe we haven't implemented yet in our universities, and these three speakers let us know how the best practice to implement in each universities, and start from Professor Dr. Isi from UNES. We learn about what are the government efforts to enhance the entrepreneurships. Then also we make more opportunity to other field of study, not only for the science engineers and some field study, to do this entrepreneurial mindset to implement in each faculty. And we also want to define more wider definitions rather than the narrow definitions of entrepreneurship itself, how to start a business. But we want to motivate more for the students to do more, have set skills that we all discuss with, I think all of the speakers talk about the skill sets that we have to introduce to our students, especially for the creative thinking skill, collaborations, and etc. Then we also understand the methods of entrepreneurial mindset, how to implement it into the method of teaching. And we can see from the pyramid of learning explained by Professor Isi. And once again, it is more into the student centers rather than the teacher center. Continue to the next speaker from Dr. Jonathan, my old friends from Thailand. Yeah. We learn more about the paradigm of education 4.0, and then how the educations evolve, and for notes or for our attention that it may be differ to implement in each university and each country, depends on the problem context. And HCU or Hwasiao Calon Prakit University Thailand also give us good practice how the university make a new campaign for the entrepreneurships in the university as a slogan towards reinventing university. Maybe after this we can do more about new campaign or new purpose or visions in entrepreneur mindset. And also remind us about upskill and reskill is very important to implement these entrepreneurships in the university. And the last one from India, yeah, greeting to, wait, from the last one, greeting to Dr. Avinash Pawar. Yeah, we learn once again the comparisons between Indonesia and India. We have similar culture, similar environment, but I can see that Indian government especially have already started in NEP 2020 as entrepreneurships for higher educations institutions that focus on how to develop this entrepreneurial mindset in the university. And also we learn some points, as I note, from the environment building. We can build an incubator in the university, each university, to have more capacity for students and institutions to have this new mindset. And also from the government support, of course, beside the funding, we can create new possibilities. Also, at least the academic method. Dr. Avinash told us about the learning method in the entrepreneurial mindset, as we can use some teaching methods such as a direct method, interactive, practical operations method. I think the most powerful message from Dr. Avinash Pawar is how we can start from the character buildings of our students
to make this entrepreneurial mindset is established in our university. And for my own opinion, or maybe it's a conclusion for this international webinar, once again, I would like to say thank you for all the participants, for all the speakers, distinguished guests, and as we have a very, very important theme this nowadays, about the entrepreneur, how to enhance the government, especially in the economic sector. I think we have to enhance the spirit of entrepreneurships in each our universities. As I can have my own quote here, Miss Unita. So as an entrepreneur, you work out a solution. So the focus is the solutions. But if the opportunity doesn't knock, let's build a door. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, you are welcome, Ibu Astrid. Let's build a door. Because I just now remember about Doraemon, who has many doors as a solution, right? Let's go on to Dr. Agus Triatmoko for the last one. Please, Dr. Agus.
Thank you. From my perspective as first by Professor Ezi, I think this is important topic if we back again about our homework, especially for researcher in Indonesia. We have more opportunity about the research regarding the Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka. You can take the opportunity with the strategic approach, with the methodology approach to the strategic management, institutional governance, or corporate governance. Because the Merdeka Belajar atau independence learning, freedom learning, this is not just about the university, also with the corporation. You have two theory approaches, institutional and corporate. That's when we make about the research, you will have contribution about the science. And the next is about the Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka. This the objective is experience learning for students. This is what Prof. Isi said about learning and teaching. This is to theory the behavior, about the entrepreneur behavior. So, two perspective, you can combine, you can collaborate about the theory, and I believe is you have the opportunity to publish in the article in journal. Next, from Dr. Jonathan, this is to conclude like how to develop the mindset, entrepreneurship mindset. I mean, this is the education 4.0. I'm interested about it. So before I'm talking about the research, I think the research is very close with the research Ibu Astrid, Jonathan. Yeah, that's why the education 4.0. This is to develop the general skill. This is era globalization, digital disruption, and COVID-19. This is in the theory of behavior. This is we create about the habit of our student, also the habit atau behavior of the teacher. This is we build up development the general skill. This is the upskill, upping the skill. Automatically we can make it the integrated learning system. What the integrated learning system might be still limited by researcher to explore like the means of Jonathan present. This is more opportunity for you when you were researcher. Next, the last is from Dr. Pavar. This is ada 2 poin, 2 point from my side. This is the create multidiscipliner and entrepreneurship development. We back again about the behavior, theory behavior, entrepreneurship behavior will be collaborate with the teaching and learning behavior. This is about the research. Next, about the theory, also be back about the theory governance. This is a talk about infrastructure, requirement step, and spread how the Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, this is the combine about the two theory from 2 perspective. First from university and first from the field, example and from corporation. And the last point from Dr. Pavar is the strategic plan. This is including the management strategic and our concern to how the development Merdeka Belajar and Kampus Merdeka if we internationalization. This is a good starting, and if you research with how the program in foreign countries, foreign people, or docent, or student, then combine with the Indonesian. This has been opportunity to research too. Also, what the collaboration your researcher between the country, especially for your speaker. Also, we invite you together with us, especially from our college from University Surakarta, to join research. Also, join in the author for publish the journal. This is my point, and hope to useful for you as a researcher. And thank you.
Yes, all right. It is very important for us, Mr. Agus Triatmoko. Well, ladies and gentlemen and all the distinguished guests, we will close this webinar, international webinar, by showing you that we will have many happy greeting from the participants that we can use, we can see from the Zoom and the YouTube channel. For all the keynote speaker and the speakers that have given today. Okay, thank you very much. I'm over happy to have this, but I will let Mrs. Anastasia Mega to read it for us. Please do.
Okay, so from Navin Anatam, thank you. From Andre, thank you very much for this very interesting webinar. And from Faisal Rahman, thank you to all speaker and committee, especially Mr. Sumarwoto. And thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for the webinar and all the speakers. Okay, everyone say thank you, I guess. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you very much for this interesting webinar. Okay. Okay, the other ones. Sorry, I'm leave the webinar. Thank you for the webinar and all the speakers. Thank you for sharing the knowledge for us. Success for the team. Thank you very much. Okay. Wow. We have so many positive comments here. Thank you for all the presenters and the committee. Okay, I get a lot of knowledge. Okay, someone said like that. Thank you so much for all the speakers and also for the valuable knowledge and the sharings from Ibu Haryani, Politeknik Bumi Akpelni. Thank you, Ibu Haryani. Okay. Thank you for the presenters. Okay. Thank you very much for the webinar from UNESA. Okay. Okay, thank you for sharing the knowledge. Okay, wow. Very powerful webinar material. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for all the positive comments. And now, can I close this webinar, Ibu?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so what a great and fruitful discussion today, but unfortunately, now we are at the end of our webinar. I'd like to thank our honorable speakers, Profesor Insinyur Teguh Faisal Fatani, PhD, Profesor Dr. Dominic Borku, Associate Profesor Dr. Nelburn K. Muhammad, PhD, Dr. Jonathan Rante Karian, Dr. Avinas Power, and our panelists today, Ibu Astrid dan Pak Agus, thank you very much. And all the participants, both from Indonesia and other countries, thank you very much for joining our webinar today. And we do hope that our discussions today will broaden our horizons on transforming higher education with entrepreneurial mindset and learning method. Stay healthy and happy. Remember that this pandemic isn't over yet. Please follow the health protocol wherever you are. And I'm Anastasia Mega and all the committee from University of Surakarta. Once again, thank you for your participation. See you on our next webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And for all the participants are pleased to join us at the Zoom column to take a photograph.
Okay.
Yes.
Untuk yang ada di Zoom, jangan leave dulu. Kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama.
Surakarta, the World Heritage City located at Central
Setelah ini, ya, jangan leave dulu ya.
Indonesia.
Foto bersama dulu, baik.
Center in Indonesia, Surakarta has exotic 3 centuries old Kasunanan Palace and Mangkunegaran Palace, which are still standing strong, guarding Javanese culture as the spirit of Java with its noble values. Since 2021, Surakarta has been awarded as the most comfortable city in Indonesia from the Association of Indonesian Planning Experts. The cost of living in Surakarta is among the cheapest in Indonesia. National and international tourism, cultural, and culinary events are conducted every week throughout the year. City residents who are multi-ethnic, multicultural, tolerant, polite, and friendly are a guarantee for you to study at our campus, the University of Surakarta. The University of Surakarta or Universitas Surakarta is very strategically located. 30 minutes from Adi Sumarmo Solo International Airport, 20 minutes from Solo Balapan train station, 20 minutes from Tirtonadi bus station, and 20 minutes to the city center with free of charge transportation using Batik Solo Transbus. It makes a guarantee for you to be able to study.
Oke, kami harapkan semua partisipan yang ada di Zoom untuk bisa on cam. Kita akan melakukan foto bersama dengan semua narasumber. Kami mohon Bapak Dr. Arya Surendra bisa maju ke depan untuk bisa berfoto bersama.
Hello, my name is Arya Surendra. I am currently the president of Surakarta University. And a warm welcome to Surakarta University.
Oke, bagi peserta yang belum menyalakan kameranya, oke, kita bisa nyalakan dulu sebentar.
And the loyalty of 10,000 students and alumni. From an initial enrollment of fewer than 200 students in 1998, We have grown to a student body of over 9,000 students, and with dozens of challenging academic programs across the wide variety of disciplines. Welcome to our university. Welcome to our family. I wish you all a good time in Unsa. Thank you.
The University of Surakarta or Unsa has 12 bachelor's programs.
Oke, saya beri apa ya? I will count down. 3, 2, 1. Smile.
Accounting, English literature, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering,
Oke.
informatics engineering,
Oke.
computer
Oke, Unsa Jaya gitu ya. Once again, 3, 2.
The master's programs include Master of Law and Master of Public Administration. Unsa is an educational institution that has been accredited by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education.
Oke. Once again.
Professionals,
Oke.
servants, and entrepreneurs.
Professor Dominic is joining us now.
Innovative,
Okay.
Indonesian human resources. With a 5-story campus and equipped with an elevator, Unsa has teaching staff of academics and practitioners with qualifications of professors, doctors, and masters. Classrooms with air conditioning and LCD projectors.
Enough? Okay. Yes.
Libraries.
Thank you, Dr. Arya Surendra, the Director of the University of Surakarta.
Institutions and industries from
Yes.
domestic and overseas. Every year, on average, 85% of graduates have got a job before graduation, and the other 15% become entrepreneurs and continue their studies to higher education levels.
Okay,
Let's
thank
join
you
as a
for all the
student of the
speakers. You may leave the room right now because okay, our webinar is over. Thank you very much for your time and participation. See you on the next webinar.
Thank you, everyone.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Thank you. Thanks
Oke.
a lot.
Bapak Ibu yang berada di ruangan ini bisa meninggalkan ruangan tapi makan siang dulu nggih bersama-sama. Terima kasih untuk kehadirannya juga dan juga partisipasinya. Selamat siang. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mangkunegaran Palace, which are still standing strong, guarding Javanese culture as the spirit of Java with its noble values. Since 2021, Surakarta has been awarded as the most comfortable city in Indonesia from the Association of Indonesian Planning Experts. The cost of living in Surakarta is among the cheapest in Indonesia. National and international tourism, cultural, and culinary events are conducted every week throughout the year. City residents who are multi-ethnic, multicultural, tolerant, polite, and friendly are a guarantee for you to study at our campus, the University of Surakarta. The University of Surakarta or Universitas Surakarta is very strategically located. 30 minutes from Adi Sumarmo Solo International Airport, 20 minutes from Solo Balapan train station, 20 minutes from Tirtonadi bus station, and 20 minutes to the city center with free of charge transportation using Batik Solo Trans bus. It makes a guarantee for you to be able to study and have daily activities safely, comfortably, and with fun.
Hello, my name is Arya Surendra. I am currently the president of Surakarta University. And a warm welcome to Surakarta University. For nearly 25 years, Surakarta University has been earning the respect and the loyalty of tens of thousands of students and alumni. From an initial enrollment of fewer than 200 students in 1998, we have grown to a student body of over 9,000 students, and with dozens of challenging academic programs across the wide variety of disciplines. Welcome to our university. Welcome to our family. I wish you all a good time in Unsa. Thank you.
The University of Surakarta, or Unsa, has 12 bachelor's programs and 2 master's programs. The bachelor's programs include Public Administration, Communications, Management, Accounting, English Literature, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Informatics Engineering, Computer Systems, Civil Engineering, and Architectural Engineering. The master's programs include Master of Law and Master of Public Administration. Unsa is an educational institution that has been accredited by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, which aims to prepare professionals, civil servants, and entrepreneurs as qualified, creative, innovative, and virtuous Indonesian human resources. With a 5-story campus and equipped with an elevator, Unsa has teaching staff of academics and practitioners with qualifications of professors, doctors, and masters. Classrooms with air conditioning and LCD projectors, equipped with libraries, laboratories, as well as collaboration with dozens of leading universities, institutions, and industries from domestic and overseas. Every year, on average, 85% of graduates have got a job before graduation, and the other 15% become entrepreneurs and continue their studies to higher education levels. Let's join as a student of the University of Surakarta and achieve a better future.